Courts of Justice Committee will come to order. And first order of business, let's open the roll. Yep, right there.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
All right. We want to gavel in. I know that there are two committee meetings going on right now, and anybody who needs to go leave proxy in another committee is welcome to do so. At this point today, before we start taking up bills, we have a presentation that I think is particularly timely given some of the opiate bills that we're going to be dealing with today and on Monday. It is a challenging issue, and we often are placed in a position of making decisions on these bills on the basis of anecdotal evidence, and it's good to have a real scientist here to inform our judgment on these issues. Senator McDougall, you want to introduce our speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to do an excellent job with pronouncing his name, as I always do. But Dr. Mishka Turplin is professor at the Department of Obstetrician and Gynecology and Psychiatry at Virginia Commonwealth University. And Mr. Chairman, I know Senator Deed's commission received a presentation from him over the time from when we were last here, and I heard a lot of positive feedback and thought that this committee would benefit by that. And so, Dr. Turplin, if you want to come on up and tell us what we should know in our decision-making process.
Doctor, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon. These are going to be projected. Are they on? Okay. I'm Mishka Turplin. I'm faculty across the street at VCU. I'm an addiction medicine provider, and I'm going to give you a very brief talk just about health effects of alcohol, cannabis, opioids, including addiction and harms. And I want to begin with a statement that actually psychoactive substance use is ancient. Almost every single culture used a substance that affected cognition. We know alcohol transported across the ancient world. Cannabis figures into almost every written documentation in the medical literatures of other countries, as do opioids. But despite the fact that psychoactive substance use is ancient, substance problems, in particular addiction, is a relatively recent historical phenomenon. Dating from the 1750s was the first epidemic of any drug, and it was alcohol, due to distilled alcohol, higher potency alcohol, gin, scotch, and etc. And this illness was first defined by Dr. Benjamin Rush, who was a signer of the Declaration of Independence, the father of psychiatry, the father of addiction medicine, and he defined alcoholism as a medical condition within the province of public health and medical practice. So the point is like right now during the opioid crisis, we're just rediscovering addiction as a medical condition. And it was a medical condition before it wasn't, and now it is again. So when we think about substances today, substance use is incredibly common in the United States. About 11% of adults have used an illicit substance in the past month. And there are about 140 million Americans who drink alcohol on a regular basis. Now, when we think about substances, we think about harms. But we should differentiate harms between harms to the user themselves and the harm that the substance causes to others. And these are data from the UK, which stratified substances based upon overall harm and relative harm to self versus harm to others. Now, when we talk to patients about drug use, we take a history of how much have you used, the last time you used, and things like that. And the reason we do it is that we can organize a population into levels of risk. At the bottom of this pyramid are people who don't use. They're abstainers. At the very top of the pyramid are the people with an addiction, the people who meet criteria for a use disorder. And then we can rank people based upon substance use into other categories, low risk or higher risk, at risk drinkers, for example. And this is important from a public policy perspective. People with the condition of addiction, they need treatment. And there are about 25 million people with use disorder in the United States. People who don't use or lose at a very low level, they need prevention, right, and education to keep them from initiating use and progressing to addiction. And then there's a large population of people, about at least 70 million, who use at a level that's unhealthy. And that's where we direct what we call early intervention, brief interventions, behavioral techniques in clinical care that can support the individual in changing their behavior from unhealthy use to abstinence or to lower levels of use to prevent them from developing addiction. So although I work mostly at that top of the pyramid in addiction treatment, we're well aware of the harms of substances at the level of the individual that aren't necessarily addiction. So alcohol, for example, causes liver disease, heart, brain disease, cognitive dysfunction, and reproductive dysfunction. These are posters. I'm going to show you 3 of them. These are ones you usually can see them on the walls, in particular of adolescent health care clinics. For reasons I don't entirely understand, alcohol is represented by a white male, cannabis by a black male, cannabis associated with also heart and circulatory disease, depresses the immune system, makes people more susceptible to infections and have a harder time getting over them. When it's smoked, it can cause harm to the respiratory tract, and is also associated with reproductive impairments in both men and in women. And heroin, here associated or represented as a white woman, when it's injected, there's the risk of transmission and acquisition of illnesses such as HIV and Hep C. It causes overdose, causes cognitive impairment, reproductive impairment, as well as GI tract. So these are all examples of harms that aren't in and of themselves necessarily addiction. So most people who use a substance don't become addicted to it. These are data from the 90s. It's been shown over and over again. And you can kind of create this, addictiveness of a substance. And this would be it's a fraction where the denominator is the number of people who've used a substance in the past year, and the numerator is the number that meet criteria for a use disorder. And nicotine from this would be the most addictive. About 1/3 of people who've smoked a cigarette in the last year meet criteria for a nicotine use disorder. About 1/4 for heroin, and it decreases from substance. And for cannabis, it's somewhere between 5 and 10% of people who've used cannabis in the past year meet criteria for a cannabis use disorder. So it's not 0%, and it's not 100%. It's about between 5 and 10%. And this is true for chronic opioid use. We have had an epidemic of overprescribing of opioids that has driven a large part of the current crisis, but most people who were overprescribed did not develop addiction. Perhaps 10 to 12% did. So this is a huge question. Why do some people become addicted and others don't? What are the vulnerabilities that individuals have? And this, I don't have time to go through all of this, but what I wanted to walk through was kind of one of the final common pathways in the brain that is the addiction process. So all substances to which people develop addictions enter into the brain through this old part, the reward center. It's a part of the brain shared across most animal species, which is why we can use animal models to look at parts of addiction. And when substances enter into there, dopamine is the neurotransmitter that's released. But the dopamine neurons that begin in that old part of the brain project to the frontal cortex, which is the most advanced part of the brain and really unique to Homo sapiens in its development. And that's where memory sits in higher orders of learning. So you can sort of see in this simple cartoon how a substance use and dopamine release, which I'll go into a little bit more, is translated into human behaviors, which can be some of the behaviors of addiction: compulsive use, craving, continued use, despite adverse consequences. So when people use something like cocaine as the example from this slide for the first time and for the first couple times, a huge amount of dopamine is released, a lot more than is released than through normal human activities such as eating, intercourse, doing something well. All of those release dopamine. But 10 to 100 times more dopamine is initially released with substance use. But over time, this dopamine system gets denuded. And that means that people with chronic substance use, their brain over time is producing less and less dopamine. And that's what we see with these images. These are cross-sections of brains looking at people with an addiction by substance: cocaine, methamphetamine, alcohol, heroin, and then control, people without addiction. And the more red and yellow areas illustrate more dopamine activity. And you can see people with addiction have decreased dopamine activity compared to people without addiction. So over time, what was initially a spike in dopamine becomes less and less and less. And we know this. We see this from the original research. This is one of the first articles on heroin addiction. People initially, when they used heroin, they were up in that high phase. But over time, they're spending more and more time sick. And every time they use, they're becoming less sick. They're just feeling a little bit towards normal, but no longer anything high. So in a way, we can say addiction begins as a reward-seeking behavior, but it becomes a relief-seeking behavior. And this is another way to illustrate it. And it's true of really every substance, that initially people are feeling euphoria or a greater than normal effect. But over time, as the dopamine system becomes worn out, they're spending more and more time in this withdrawal phase. And when they use, it's making them feel, normal-ish. And this is then the role of medication and treatment. We want to take people and stabilize them, right? Provide a platform through pharmacotherapy, through which we can deliver other services. And really, when we medicate somebody correctly for opioid use disorder and for alcohol use disorder, they're feeling normal. They're not feeling high, they're not feeling sick, they're stable and normal. And the dopamine system recovers. Just like any organ in the body that is injured, it recovers in time. And it takes about 18 months or 2 years of treatment before the dopamine system on imaging looks normal again, or looks like somebody who never had addiction in the first place. And you can see the normal control is on the top. The middle is somebody 1 month after the last time they used methamphetamines, decreased dopamine activity, and it's that same individual 2 years later. You can see the activity of the dopamine system being identical to that of somebody who never had addiction in the first place. So this is one of the reasons we say addiction's a disease, because it affects an organ. It causes functional and structural changes that can heal. That's one of the defining characteristics of something being an illness. Another reason we call it a disease is because it looks like other chronic diseases. These are data looking at the likelihood of relapse within 1 year of initiation of treatment by addiction, diabetes, hypertension, or asthma. And for all those conditions, roughly 50% of people will have a disease recurrence within the first year of treatment. So we say addiction's a disease, a chronic disease, because it looks like other chronic illnesses. So the goal of treatment, it's not more treatment. The goal of treatment is recovery. And what recovery is has been nicely defined by SAMHSA, but it's a lot more than drug abstinence. It's about a life of integrity. It's about connections and meaning that you define yourself. It's about purpose. It's about serenity. And it's perfectly compatible with the use of medications. That ends this very brief talk. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them now. And I also want to say that me and my colleagues across the street are more than happy to provide any kind of, science, evidence, context for the important bills you have in front of you. So thank you.
Anybody have any questions of Dr. Turplin? Well, first of all, let me just say thank you very much for this very informative talk. I don't know whether you have either copies or can make available to some of us the PowerPoint that you just provided. I had to turn around to actually be able to read some of it, but it was very, very helpful, very timely. I know you had to compress a lot into a short period of time, and as I told you before the meeting started, short attention spans is apparently one of the job requirements that we have for positions that we have. Senator Sturdivant.
Doctor, thank you for the presentation. One of your slides, you had, I think, 25 million people with an addiction, and then 68 million people with with unhealthy use, I think. Was that specific to a particular substance, or was that any addiction or unhealthy use of any substance?
That's a great question. So most of that is actually from alcohol. So the top is all substance use disorder. The unhealthy is mostly alcohol because that is the substance in which we've defined better than other ones what the levels of unhealthy use are. You think about cigarette smoking, we know there's ranges, people, but we would say any use of cigarettes actually is harmful. But for alcohol, we say, well, like there's this low level of use in which it's a little bit unclear how much, below a certain category, how much that contributes harm. And we haven't really defined that pyramid as much for other substances. Like we know that most people who've used heroin in the last year aren't addicted to it at this moment in time, but I think we're kind of uncomfortable saying that there's a unhealthy use, would almost be any use.
So, Mr. Chairman, so the majority of that 68 million is nicotine?
No, it's alcohol, probably, yeah.
Okay. So that's, 68 million, 25 million, we're approaching
a lot of people.
A lot of people.
Yeah. And if you think from a public health, clearly we need to expand addiction treatment and take care of the people at the top of the pyramid, but a better bang for your buck are interventions at the level of people who are unhealthily using substances to help support them to decrease their use so that they never develop the condition of addiction.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thanks again for being here. Appreciate
you.
the informative presentation. All right, with that, we will take up patrons. I see Senator Donovan here. You don't have a bill, do you? I didn't think so. All right, we have Senator Vogel, Senator Carrico, Senator Survell, Senator Stewart. You promised a quick bill. Taking Senate Bill 1207. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Senate Bill 1207, and there's a substitute if someone would distribute that. And Mr. Chairman, while they're distributing the substitute, I'll tell you.
Senator Stewart moves the substitute, seconded by Senator Norman. All in favor of adopting the substitute signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Substitute is before us.
Mr. Chairman, this bill just seeks to provide flexibility for jurisdictions that want to train and place school protection officers in the local schools. The original bill got rid of the DCJS training, which caused some consternation with John Jones and some of the sheriffs. We since have been working on this now for about a week or so, and the substitute now defines a school protection officer, and it also says we will establish compulsory minimum training standards for all persons employed as a protection officer, but that training may be provided by the employing law enforcement agency.
Senator
Mr. Chairman,
Stewart,
we have a really highly qualified training sheriff's office in Stafford County, and they are very capable of doing this training themselves, and I think there are other agencies similarly situated, and so we're trying to get that sort of flexibility.
Well, that's great. Senator Stewart, I know that there were some earlier concerns. Is all of the opposition to this bill gone? Anybody opposed to this bill?
I didn't think there was any opposition. The substitute? No, you need to speak to them. Nobody has expressed opposition to the substitute to me. But perhaps there is that I wasn't aware of.
We had just gotten the substitute, the language of the substitute, so.
Senator
and-
Stewart had assured me that this was a simple bill to which there was no opposition, so his credibility is inching up.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I will take that responsibility. J.K. Davenport, Deputy Secretary of Public Safety and Homeland Security, and the administration opposes this bill.
Opposes the substitute?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry they didn't tell me.
Sorry to tell you.
Okay.
Chair?
So,
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, I was gonna have this
Mr. Chair?
roll through. Senator Stewart, have you explained the bill adequately? Senator Peterson, you
I
have a
think
question?
so.
Yeah, I mean, the bill's kind of self-explanatory. I guess my question for Ms. Davenport is, why is the administration opposed?
Because it's me.
No, that's not it. It adds a third class of officers that can be in schools without the same level of training as a school resource officer, and that's the reason why we oppose the bill.
Okay,
School resource officers are certified law enforcement officers.
Sure.
In addition to that, they take special training specifically for SROs. And, you know, this is having a third class of officers who can be armed in schools without having that same level of training.
okay, Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Peterson.
Okay, the only new text I see is on 104 to 106, which talks about school protection officer means a retired law enforcement officer hired on a part-time basis by local law enforcement to provide limited law enforcement and secret security services to Virginia public schools. And then that takes us to page 14, which is just asking that DCJS establish compulsory minimum standards for all persons employed as school protection officers. So as I read the bill, it's a retired law enforcement officer that's been rehired on a part-time basis by a local law enforcement agency, and you all would set standards to make sure they're up to sufficient training.
And I mean, I guess that would be the same training that would be required for SROs.
Okay, but, Mr. Chair?
Actually, I can speak to that.
Okay, my whole point is, aren't we trying to get folks into school district? I mean, I thought that was one of the points, is to get retired officers back in and have them be SROs. I thought we were all agreed on that. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator
to
Stewart.
Senator Peterson's point, DCJS is the one who's going to come up with the standards for this, and they have control over it under the bill. But it's really unnecessary for a school protection officer to have training in motor vehicle codes, radar use, crash investigations, DUI enforcement, VSIN, animal complaints. And there are a number of other things that you have to learn about in this compulsory training that really just is useless if you're going to be a school protection officer.
Right.
And we're giving DCJS the authority to govern this. So I don't know why the administration supports it. It frankly makes no sense to me, but.
All right. Anybody have any other questions? Anybody wish to speak in favor of the bill? Real briefly,
Julia
I think.
Carlo-Hammond on behalf of Stafford County. The Sheriff's Office came up to explain specifically the points that Senator Stewart talked about, that the current compulsory Level 1 training is much broader than what anyone would be doing in the school, but the Level 2 training is in line with what would happen in the school. So all Stafford is asking to be able to work with DCJS to come up with the appropriate training for somebody in a school, and if possible, assume it's approved by DCJS, to be able to do it in Stafford County with DCJS certified instructors. But they're better at it than I am.
And the Stafford County Sheriff's Office loves this approach?
Yes.
All right.
So to clarify, the school protection officer and the SRO, we look at it a little bit different. The SRO in the middle school and the high school are really they're embedded with the students. There's a lot more teaching. You have also some programs that we have. The elementary school, we take care of the DARE program ourselves. It's only on a school protection basis. So even though they're going to have the same certification, the same levels of a certified level one deputy, they will have the ability to protect the students, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get somebody in the school to protect our children.
Okay. Sheriff's Association, you okay with the bill?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm John Jones, representing the Sheriff's Association. Yes, we're fine with the bill. It gives another option to Stafford County Sheriff's Office and others, and there are safeguards in it to make sure they've met the standards. So I hope you'll vote for the bill.
All right, anybody else wish to address the bill? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, this is a sheriff.
Mr. Chairman.
Sheriff,
He's a good
so good to
sheriff.
see you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this moment to express our concern. As many jurisdictions are probably facing the same thing we're facing, we're trying to get qualified, certified people into our elementary schools. Right now, we have 5 high schools and 8 middle schools where we have SROs that are there. We're looking to try to attract people into the elementary schools to provide security. It's a little difference between elementary schools and high schools, but we're certainly not trying to circumvent anything with DCJS. There's already a level 2 deputy through the auxiliary program that is there that we can use. And we're certainly going to go above and beyond the requirements for level 2. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you,
Mr.
Sheriff.
Chairman.
If I had tea leaves, I'd say you're probably in okay shape. Senator Lucas.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I haven't had a chance to read the substitute either, but does that mean that the training that would be required for these officers in the high schools would be different? Would it be more elevated?
No, ma'am. The training that we currently have in our high schools and middle schools is SRO training. And it's kind of a different thing with the elementary schools because you're providing more security. In the high schools and middle schools, we're teaching Virginia rules, we're providing instruction for teens, JOVASO training, all these different things to provide the teens driving, occupancy protection, and a number of things. For our elementary schools, we're just struggling to attract people to come and work and do that job. So what we want to do is do level 2 training, which is already on the books, where you can do level 2 training for auxiliary deputies and put them in the schools for just elementary school alone to provide security.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Senator Lucas.
So then it's my understanding that those individuals with level 2 training would not be utilized in the high schools?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
All right, any other questions? All right, the bill is before us.
Move to report. Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded the bill be reported. Roll is open.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you,
Ayes
Mr.
13,
Chairman.
no zero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
All right, that bill reports. We have any other non-committee patrons? Senator Vogel.
Mr. Benjamin.
Senator Vogel, you've
Thank you,
got
Mr.
Senate Bill 1292.
Yep, I'll start with that one. I've got 3 bills, and hopefully they're really straightforward and very simple. I'll start with Senate Bill 1292, which I bring to you at the request of the realtors, and it does one very simple thing, and it seeks to add mineral rights to the residential property disclosure statement buyer beware form. that
Senator
every
Vogel, you
buyer
aware of
receives.
anybody who opposes this bill?
I am not aware of a single person, but
Mr.
you
Dix,
can
you
ask.
aware of anybody who's
Mr.
opposed
Dix
to this
likes it.
bill? All right. Anybody opposed to this bill? Kristen, the bill's in good shape in terms of what it intends to do. All right. Bill is before us. It's been moved and seconded the bill be reported.
Ayes 13, no zero.
All right, the bill reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the second bill I have is Senate Bill 1457. This is part of a discovery reform process that I think has been negotiated for some period of time. And this bill, which is before you, seeks to, well, let me ask a quick question. Would it be appropriate to do a line amendment right now? It's a very simple remove 2 commas and add an of so that we would bring it into alignment with what the House has done. That would be very helpful if we could do that.
Kristen, you have the line amendment?
Mr. Chairman, on line 14, strike the comma after company. On line 14, also add an of after the word or, and then on line 15, strike the comma after company. So it would read, or chief financial officer of a publicly traded company or of a subsidiary of such company that employs 250 people or more.
All right, Senator Stewart moves that amendment. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded, and these are purely technical amendments, aren't they, Kristen?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the original bill, it was unclear whether or not the subsidiary had to have 250 people or more, or just the publicly traded company. Taking out the commas means that the subsidiary would also have to employ more than 250 people.
It means that 250 applies to the subsidiary. That's what that clarifies, Mr. Chairman.
All right, the amendment is before us. All in favor of adopting the amendment signify by saying aye. All opposed, the amendment is adopted. Senator Vogel, you know of anybody who's opposed to this compromise bill?
No, sir, I do not.
All right, I want to thank
Cleans up the deposition process.
I do want to thank the Chamber of Commerce and the Virginia Trial Lawyers Association for working hard over the course of the past year to come up with a compromise package on a number of issues. This is one of two components of the compromise package, and I do understand that there is peace in the valley. It is a deep valley, but there is peace down there. So the bill is before us. All right, there's a motion. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that the bill is amended be reported.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the last bill is Senate Bill 1669, which I bring to you. It was unanimously endorsed by the Crime Commission as a result of their evaluation of issues related to sex trafficking, which is a serious problem. The bill creates a statewide sex trafficking response coordinator position at the Department of Criminal Justice Services. And the goal is for this coordinator to undertake a whole number of responsibilities, but basically to be a centralized clearing point.
And we have Crime Commission staff here. I don't know whether they want to add anything, but the presentation that we heard in the Crime Commission indicated that there is a wide disparity in the manner in which law enforcement agencies and prosecutors across the state deal with or even recognize the problems posed by human trafficking. And there was perceived and believed to be a real need to have somebody who is going to be working with law enforcement agencies across the Commonwealth to increase awareness and to make sure that this problem is being uniformly handled. So if it's a desire of the committee to act on this, it needs to be reported and re-referred to the Committee on Finance. Is there a motion? Anybody opposed to this bill before I? All right, it's been moved and seconded. The bill be reported and re-referred to the Committee on Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You did right well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
13-0.
All right. Next, we have no other patrons. Senator Norman, you want to take your couple of bills up? Couple of Why don't we take up the employment records first, since Senator Mason's here? Yes, sir. Quite timely, Senator Mason. Senator Norman, we're going to let him present, and maybe, depending on what you want to do, we may be able to kill two stones with one bird, as one of my friends used to say.
You got the same bill? Let's try 1727 if we could. Wait a minute, no, that's the minimum age one. Let's try the other one. Did you want 1724 first, sir?
That'd be great. We'll take up Senate Bill 1724 and Senator Mason's 1682.
Come on up here. I need some moral support. I believe there's an amendment in the nature of the substitute that has been drafted. No?
I got an amendment, I think that would
Oh, I'm
add
sorry,
a,
that's subparagraph E.
yes. So it would add a new subparagraph E that I think takes language from the request for medical records and then just changes the word patient to employees. I can make copies and hand it out, but I don't have anything yet.
Yeah. Everybody get that, or anybody want that reported again? Should you report that
I'm
again?
happy to read the whole thing, okay.
Just tell us what you did, if you don't mind.
I didn't do anything. He just,
Oh,
I can, would you like me to read it? I don't think so.
sure.
Okay. So it would add a new
She's
subsection E
disclaiming
that says-
authorship, so I'm now very wary.
Well, I can't explain it because I haven't read it yet. The provisions of this section shall not require copies of an employee's records or papers to be furnished to such employee when the employee's treating physician or clinical psychologist in the exercise of their professional judgment has made part of the employee's records or papers a written statement that in their opinion the furnishing to or review by the employee of such records or papers would be reasonably likely to endanger the life or physical safety of the employee or another person, or that such records or papers make reference to a person other than a healthcare provider, and the access requested will be reasonably likely to cause substantial harm to such referenced person. In any such case, if requested by the employee or his attorney or authorized issuer, such records or papers shall be furnished within 30 days of the date of such request to the patient's attorney or authorized issuer rather than to the, I think those need to be employee,
So-
request to the employees.
So if I understand this, this basically imposes the framework for issuing subpoena for medical records upon employment records, and it adds this protection that can be invoked by the employee's physician that would preclude sharing it with the employee?
Yes, sir.
Is that same protection available in connection with medical records?
It's, first of all, the
It
amendment
is.
that.
I see Medical Society
Yes, the
nodding.
amendment that you have before you is an amendment that was initiated, it's been rewritten, but initiated by the Department of State Police on some issues that they had. And it's been rewritten, but the State Police and Mr. Keenan Hook is okay with the amendment. What this is really focused on is not the state police, but more so on asbestos cases where they're trying to get medical records and avoid having to go through adjudication to do it, that there are administrative settlements that can be reached, but they need the medical records to get to the administrative records. And like a lot of things we deal with, there's one particular group in Southside that is forcing these asbestos suits to be filed just because they won't give the records, but everybody else who is defense counsel, and you all know the suspects, has been complying with it. So it's really modeled after a healthcare section 801-413, so it's a replication of what exists in another part of the code.
Aware of anybody who opposes this,
Mr. Chairman, I say that.
other than maybe that,
Other than that one group. Senator Mason and I, it's been run by the Virginia Trial Lawyers Association. They were fine with it. We shopped it with a couple of other groups, and I'm not aware there's any opposition.
all right, so trial lawyers, Medical Society, the Chamber, the usual suspects are all okay with this? All right. Anybody wish to speak in opposition to this bill?
Mr. Chair,
Senator Peterson.
I have a question. If you, for example, and this is turning over, and I apologize, I just walked in here a few minutes
Sorry.
ago. If you, for example, had an employee and you had a situation, you went and got a legal opinion as to employing them or something they did, and you put that in their file, can you still redact that?
The state police's concern was it say that there has been hypothetically a psychological evaluation, and the healthcare provider says, hey, it is going to be detrimental to provide that information to your employee.
Okay.
And therefore, in our expert medical opinion, we feel it's contrary to the best interest of that patient, then that's what they could invoke.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I guess I'm just
I think
thinking
you and
about.
I, in a lawsuit, would file a motion to quash, or a doctor might file a motion to quash.
I guess,
but
yeah, my only question, this wouldn't override attorney-client privilege, for example.
no.
All right, that's fine.
No way.
All right. The bill is before us. First thing we need to do is adopt the amendment. It's been moved and seconded the amendment be adopted. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. The amendment is adopted. Sir Mason, you want your bill rolled into this? All right, so Sir Norman moves that Senate Bill 1682 be rolled into this bill, and that Senator Mason and Senator Norman be listed as chief co-patrons.
Yes, sir, please.
Senator Stewart seconds that motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed. All right, that motion is adopted. The bill is before us. It's been moved and seconded the bill be reported. The roll is open.
Ayes 13, no 0.
All right.
Hey, sweetheart, how are you?
And next, insignificant little bill nobody's been talking about.
This is the one, yes, sir, I do have an amendment in the nature of a substitute to 1727, and I would move that the committee adopt the substitute, if you would, please,
All
sir.
right, Senator Norman moves, Senator Stewart seconds the adoption of the substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, the substitute is before us.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, this is a tobacco deterrent bill, and as you are probably aware, the United States Surgeon General has recently declared that teenagers who are vaping or using Juul has reached an epidemic proportion. And what we are seeing, particularly in some of the high schools, is that where you have some 18-year-olds who are vaping or doing Juul in the presence of some younger students, that we really don't want that bad behavior to continue. Sometimes there's peer pressure, as you can imagine, between someone who's a senior in high school and those that are younger on it. Also, as I mentioned in another committee, the tobacco industry is going through a transitionary stage, and this is trying to recognize it. And basically what it does is it raises the age for the purchase of tobacco products from 18 to age 21. What is in the substitute that is not in the original bill, the substitute contains the exception for military individuals. We were trying to avoid a situation, Marines at Parris Island, who would come to Virginia, just hypothetically, Senator Stewart, that if in fact you had this unpleasant habit, that you would still be able to nurture it at the 7-Eleven if you produce the military ID. It's interesting, a number of polls have been done, and the most recent one in 2018 found that over 20% of high school seniors acknowledged in the last 30 days that they had been vaping. And we are trying to deter that. But because I know nothing about smoking, if it was alcohol, perhaps I could help you a little bit, but I don't know that much about it. But I am so blessed that I have Jennifer Hunter with me today, and she's the Senior Vice President for Communications and Corporate Citizenship with Altria, and she is like the life preserver that is going to save me from total embarrassment.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Welcome. It's good to have you with us today.
Thank you very much, Chairman Obenchain and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Altria and its affiliates, Philip Morris USA, John Middleton, and U.S. Smokeless Tobacco Company, regarding the legal age of purchase for all tobacco products. Altria supports raising the minimum age to purchase tobacco products to 21. We encourage the Virginia legislature to enact Senate Bill 1727 without delay. Our companies have long supported legislation to prevent underage access to tobacco products. We have advocated for strong minimum age laws in all U.S. jurisdictions. We lobbied for federal legislation enacted in 2009 empowering FDA to comprehensively regulate tobacco products, including provisions specifically intended to reduce underage use. And most recently, we played a leadership role in advancing legislation in all states extending existing minimum age statutes to cover emerging product categories like e-vapor. While underage tobacco use of conventional tobacco products is at the lowest in generations, the use of e-vapor products among 12 to 17-year-olds has increased alarmingly in the past year, citing data showing increases of e-vapor use of 80% among high schoolers and 50% among middle schoolers. FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb has characterized this trend as an epidemic. The U.S. Surgeon General has reached the same conclusion. In light of the FDA's call to address this issue, we believe the time has come to enact legislation raising the minimum age for all tobacco products to 21 in all outlets. We are supporting this step because we believe it is the most effective step available to begin reversing the rise of underage e-vapor rates. Data shows that youth under 18 get tobacco products, including e-vapor, primarily through social sources. That is, from friends or siblings who are 18 or older. Approximately 80% of high school students in the U.S. turn 18 years old before they graduate. By raising the minimum age to 21, no high school student should be able to purchase tobacco products legally. We are sensitive to the argument that young people 18 to 20 are treated as adults in our society for many important purposes: voting, paying taxes, and serving in our military, just to name a few. But the FDA's recent call to action on underage e-vapor use has persuaded us that the time has come to take this step. A minimum age of 21 will put tobacco products in line with alcoholic beverages, which have been subject to state minimum age laws of 21 for decades, and in line with cannabis as well, which is subject to a minimum age of 21 in every state that has legalized it recreationally. We believe this policy change is important for preserving the reduced harm potential of non-combustible technologies like e-vapor. There is a growing public health consensus that products that do not burn and produce no smoke are significantly less harmful than conventional cigarettes. While nicotine is addictive, it is the smoke from conventional cigarettes, not the nicotine, that leads to most tobacco-related harm. New and emerging technologies like e-vapor and heat-not-burn tobacco products offer tremendous promise for reducing harm. But FDA has made clear that this harm reduction feature cannot be fully achieved without doing more to reverse underage use of e-vapor. For these reasons, we join with others calling for a minimum age of 21 to purchase tobacco products and therefore encourage the Virginia legislature to promptly pass Senate Bill 1727. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony and your being here.
Thank you very much.
Senator Norman, you have anybody else you wish to
told
have
you she
speak
was
in
a lot
favor of the
better
bill?
than I was.
You're telling me.
Easy, Mr. Chairman. Don't agree so quickly, sir. That's all that we have on the presentation on behalf of Altria. I think she articulated very persuasively the current cultural evolution of Altria and how important it is to them. And of course, Altria is one of our most responsible corporate citizens.
Are you aware of any opposition to the bill? Anybody wish to step up? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Brian Donahue, Director of Government Relations for the American Cancer Society, the Cancer Action Network. I've got to apologize. I'm sort of losing my voice today. I've got that grunge that's been going around. We'd like to thank the patrons. The legislative intent in this is outstanding and should be applauded. The actual bill is going to do nothing to address the problem. We have been following this bill, this Tobacco 21, across all states. We know that penalizing the youth that use these tobacco products and the non-tobacco products is not the way to go. You have to shift the focus to the retailers. The retailers should be licensed, they should be fined, they should be educated. This is where you're going to get the results. We're also worried about the youths who are caught with the tobacco products. They can get up to a $100 fine, a $200 fine, up to a $500 fine. If they don't pay those fines, all of a sudden they're in the legal system. This is not something we want to do to youth. We also have some data that youth who have already become hooked on nicotine will be very reticent to come forward if they are the ones that are being persecuted by this law. So therefore, we would really ask that you pull this back, you work with the Cancer Society. There's some weak definitions in here. The definitions that are in this bill are not as strong as some of the other bills that are going through our session. There are holes in the definition that are going to allow some of the new products to get through. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your being here. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
I think you've got a line of people who may agree with you behind you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee. My name is Steve Burrill, and I represent the Virginia Smoke-Free Association, which represents the vapor industry in Virginia. I also represent Vapor Technology Association, which is the National Vapor Association. I represent their interest in Virginia. I feel like I volunteered to step in front of a GRTC bus, considering the stature of the patron and the support that he has from, but you're powerful.
I think he just said he'd be happy to push you.
But
That's not true.
But actually, we're on the same side, and our objection is a principled one, and I hope it's one that resonates with the lawyers on this committee. Let me just back up a step. The mission, the sole mission of the members of Virginia Smoke Free is to try to allow adults to transition from the harmful effects of tobacco products to a safer alternative of vaping. And that's the only mission. They are crusaders in this. Everyone who owns a vape shop in Virginia, and there's over 300 of them, were longtime smokers. They could even be called zealots. They know it works, and they want to give that opportunity to other people. In this particular area, though, this bill works a hardship on them, because we agree with essentially everything Ms. Hunter had to say about the health effects and so forth. But here's the thing. The problem that has been identified and is the epidemic that's associated with children is a product, e-cigarettes, in this particular product, Juul. That's the culprit. Most of the vape shops do not sell e-cigarettes or Juul products. They sell an open system like the one I'm holding now for the benefit of adults who want to stop smoking. This bill is well intended, but it could be revised with a rifle shot to knock out the real culprit, which is a closed system, which I'm holding here, as opposed to an open system. Ms. Hunter quoted Dr. Gottlieb. He has identified the Juul and similar e-cigarette products as being the problem with the epidemic with children. My members know that their market are adults. They don't sell to children. They card anyone who looks underage, and they sell to no one over 18. So they're not the problem. They want to be part of the solution. In fact, we have tried to support every bill that has been introduced that is reasonably calculated to take vapor products out of the hand of children.
Steve, need to ask you to wrap up.
Okay.
I didn't start a timer for the other side, so I'm not going to impose that on you.
I will
but
wrap
we've
up.
got to.
But
couple of people
This
behind you.
bill, with all due respect to the patron, was dropped on us last Thursday. It hadn't even been out a week. We haven't had an opportunity to talk with the sponsors of the bill to try to work on language that would fix the problem they're concerned about and we're concerned about.
I think it's got a long way to travel, so you'll have an opportunity to
So we'd
continue to
like to
work with
have
it if
that
it gets out of
opportunity,
here.
which we haven't had yet. And because we want to get on board. This product has given our clients and our association a black eye. And they don't want to be associated with anything that has
Have
to
you,
do with.
and I actually, I do
Yes, sir.
understand what you're arguing. Have you talked to Senator Norman about whether you all can work on that issue?
Not directly. Haven't
I'm
had a
sure
chance.
that Senator Norman shares some of the concerns about that, and I'm sure that he might be willing to work to close some loopholes and tighten some definitions as this works its way through the process if it moves forward.
We would welcome that opportunity. Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Thank you. Step right up. Now or never.
Good afternoon. I'm Maggie Goen. I'm the Director of External Relations for Vail Vapor. We're one of the largest vape store chains in the United States. We've got 31 locations in Virginia. We're headquartered out of Chesterfield County. We employ about roughly 160 people in the state of Virginia, and we occupy about 85,000 square feet of business space as well. And just to follow on what Steve said, you know, our mission at the vape store level is to drive the acceleration of tobacco alternatives for adult smokers only. We serve about 90,000 adult smokers on a monthly basis throughout our stores, 30,000 of which are located in the state of Virginia. And vaping's working. 94% of those customers are traditional tobacco users, or they were, and more than 85% have quit smoking entirely. So, and 69% of those have quit within a month. So, again, vaping is a viable alternative to traditional combustion. Like Steve said, we've got roughly 300 vape stores in the state of Virginia. 10% of the customer base being on average between 18 and 21 years old. So that is an economic hardship on the Virginia businesses as well. So again, we want to be part of the solution as opposed to the problem.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate your being here. Step right up if you can briefly state your
My name is
concerns.
Jan, and I'm here with the Virginia Smoke Free Association and also a business owner of Colonial Heights. I agree with Steve, and I would like to add that the age group between 18 and 21 is very important because the youth nowadays, yes, the teenagers, so they're going to start smoking at 14, 15, 16. The current law is not really enforced. You can get cigarettes, you can get any tobacco product in any convenience store, easy, without an ID, and they will sell them. There's no fines, there's no penalties, and nobody enforcing it. Raising it to 21 won't make a lot of difference. The only thing it's going to do is you're going to put a group between 18 and 21, you're going to restrict the vapor products that they use to quit smoking with, and they won't be able to do it. They will just be smokers. They're going to stay with the tobacco companies.
All right.
That's the main issue.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your being here. Anybody else wish to speak in opposition to the bill? The bill is before the committee.
Very
Mr.
quickly,
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Reeves.
I'd just like to speak to the bill. I don't really have a question for the patron. I co-patron the bill, and I'd like to explain why I co-patron the bill, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
In 2014, I was in a convenience store with my son, and we saw this weird-looking cigarette device, and I said, "What is it?" And it was a nicotine vaping delivery device. And I proceeded to look at the packaging, and it didn't have any disclosure about who it could be sold to. And I asked the clerk, "Can we buy it? Can my son buy it?" And he's like, "Sure." And I was very alarmed that we didn't have any regulations in place at that time in 2014 to address this new product that was coming out in the industry, and we got Senate Bill 96, and some of you may remember, we passed that through this chamber and the other chamber unopposed, and it came through, and it put regulations in place for vaping devices at that point. Fast forward to where we are today. Exponentially, you've heard the testimony today that has said it is exploding, but I want to speak to the bill from this viewpoint, Mr. Chairman. I had the great opportunity to be a high school football coach this last year in a high school where my son goes, who was a page at one point, who many of you know. And I was alarmed to see the amount of, and not just Juul, I'm not just calling out one device, but the amount of nicotine products that were in the school. At the school that I coached at, I called the vice principal today just to get a head count on how many devices, nicotine delivery devices they've seized so far this year, and that's 89. 89 in one high school. And what alarms me is my son proceeds to tell me there's a black market now for these devices within the school because the 18-year-olds are buying these things and they're selling them to the underclassmen at a pretty premium rate. And it doesn't matter kind of what the devices are, but they're getting sold. And so that's the reason I co-patroned the bill. I think there's probably some room to work with our vape folks that are doing the right thing. I will tell you, we looked at licensing of cigarettes a few years ago when I was on the Crime Commission. Mr. Majority Leader Norman and I were on that, and because we had a problem with cigarette trafficking to New York because of funding terrorism and a bunch of other stuff, and we couldn't get that done. But you know, when I have an industry that says they want to be regulated and licensed, as was some of the testimony today, that gives me some pause as well. And so I do want to thank the main patron, the chief patron, Senator Norman, for excluding military, because we do ask a lot of those people who serve our country, wearing the cloth of our country. But I just wanted to explain my yes vote today.
All right, Senator Norman.
Mr. Chairman, just to expedite it, I was not aware of the opposition, and I'll come back to that in a second. And that's why I didn't have other people speak, but would you be so kind to let supporters who are here prepared to speak stand up, please?
Absolutely. Anybody who supports this bill, who came to support this bill, register your support.
Good afternoon, Lauren Schmidt on behalf of the Virginia chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. We strongly support this bill and thank the patrons for carrying it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Andrew Lamar here today on behalf of the Virginia Nurses Association. For the reasons you've heard, strongly support the bill and
Thank
appreciate
you.
your support.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, Steve Pearson on behalf of Reynolds American, now a subsidiary of British American Tobacco. Reynolds is supportive of the bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Chris Nolan on behalf of Ballad Health, health system in Southwest Virginia, whose population health goals are to reduce teen smoking, and we support the bill as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Scott Johnson, the Medical Society of Virginia supports the bill.
All right, thank you. And given fair opportunity, anybody here from the opposition who wasn't recognized, who wants to stand up and register their opposition, more than happy for you to do so. All right, Senator Norman.
Mr. Chairman, anybody knows me that I have a mildly competitive streak in me that unfortunately on rare occasions manifests itself. No one before standing up here at this dais has approached me or made an effort to approach me about any amendments, and I am happy to talk to anyone about making amendments. It's very difficult to do when it's in front of the committee, so I'm respectfully going to ask the committee to report the bill, and I am happy to talk with individuals about tightening up, but this is not an area that I have in-depth knowledge on because I don't have any clients that pay me to do this. But I do have the bill, and I say this seriously, I do have the other bill that is defining these products. And it's curious to me, as that bill has worked its way through, that no one has approached me about redefining or tightening up the definition of those products. But I'm happy to chat with anyone. It's certainly not my intention to give any industry a black eye. But what is really perplexing to me is this bill is raising the accessibility of all tobacco products to 21. And I understand those that are in the vapor business, but surely they can't be saying that they want all the other products to be raised to 21, but 18-year-olds can still buy the vapor in the Jewel. I know that cannot be the position, so I'd respectfully ask you to report the bill.
All right, Senator Norman makes motion to report, seconded by Senator Reeves. No amendments, right? All right, the roll is open.
Yeah, it's not coming up on the screen.
Ayes 14, noes 1.
Thank
All
you,
right.
sir. I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
patience. Thank you very much.
I don't know how he wants to be recorded. Senator Mason, sorry to take your first bill and
No, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
give you the break for the second.
Yes, sir, I appreciate it. This is
1417.
1417, yes, sir. One of my community services boards,
Give your attention to Senator Mason.
one of my community service boards brought this to me to try to clarify where some treatments could be. It says on line 45, inpatient or outpatient. So we started with just defining that could be community.
Senator Mason, we took up a similar
Oh, you
a
did?
bill dealing with similar subject matter. This bill basically says if a defendant is incompetent due to an irreversible medical condition,
Yes,
you
sir.
don't have to provide treatment to restore him.
Right.
And I think that the bill is in good shape. Charles? Okay?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Who's the other one, Mr. Chairman?
Anybody opposed to this bill? Senator Norman had the other bill.
Hey, I'm trailing along.
You're
behind.
doing okay. Anybody have any
I'm learning.
opposition to this bill? Bill is before us.
Hello.
Anybody want to make a motion, one way or the other?
Move to report.
All right, it's been moved and seconded, the bill be reported.
What are we doing?
Reporting the bill.
What is it? There's no number.
1417. Good bill. You like it.
Huh?
So the Senator.
Oh. All right,
Oh, I'm sorry.
we were doing, just in case, I didn't realize that we were knocked offline. That was Bill 1417. I
Okay.
didn't mean to roll through that and
Right, I
deprive
just didn't know what the
anybody.
number was.
Sorry about that.
It's
Do you
good.
want to go back?
Nope.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Next, we have, I guess we've got to take, Senator D-Step, how many do you have? You just have one? Senator Surabel.
What number?
Yeah, 1543.
1543.
Yeah, this has to do with wrongful death cases. This is a substitute.
All right, there's a substitute. Senator Peterson moves this substitute, seconded by Senator McDougal. All in favor of adopting the substitute signify by saying aye. All opposed, substitute is before us. Senator Surabel.
Great. So this bill has a corollary in the House by, I think, Delegates Brewer and Jones. This now conforms it to their legislation. It's a simple bill that was worked out between VTLA and the Medical Society. Expands the class, expands beneficiaries in the very first step of wrongful death beneficiaries to add parents who were supported by the decedent. Right now, if somebody passes away, only the parents and their kids are in that class. This adds, if they were supporting a parent, then that parent can also be part of the initial beneficiary class.
And here's my question. I looked at this and, people provide different levels of support. And, does this take into account the parent for whom the decedent was paying all of their living expenses or their assisted living bills, or if they pay for their cell phone every month? Does it put those folks on equal footing? If I pay my mother's cell phone bill every month, that's a level of support. But it's nowhere near paying for all of her support.
I think that person would be in the zone and it'd be up to a jury to decide how much to give that person. It doesn't, people don't split the money equally. The jury has to decide how much each person gets based on the evidence that's presented.
So they'd be in the same class with my children.
They'd be in the class, but they wouldn't be entitled to the same amount of money. A jury has to decide how much each person gets based on the relationship and the evidence presented about how strong the relationship was and what they were doing.
Okay. All right. Anybody wish to be heard in support of the bill? Mark?
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. Mark Dix on behalf of the Virginia Trial Lawyers Association. VTLA supports the bill. We believe it brings a much-needed update to the wrongful death statute to account for what is becoming more and more common, which is we have to take care of our parents in their golden years. And it is limited with respect to those parents for those who regularly provide funds for necessaries, such as living expenses and things of that nature, not just for cell phones, but for actual necessities of life.
So it'd be like same situation as children living in the household and an older estranged child. There is latitude for a judge or jury to make a quantitative determination as to how much the children who live in the household receive, and maybe a different level for the estranged adult child?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Senator Peterson.
Having tried a wrongful death case, would you envision this testimony would be during the case in chief, or does this come in some damages phase? I mean, because it's almost like we're opening up a trial within a trial about whether or not someone's being supported, as opposed to there's a presumption if it's a parent or, excuse me, a child.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Peterson, I believe you're correct. To be in the case in chief, they would hear it the same as in the wrongful death case now, the extent to which the parents who relied upon the decedent to provide for them.
And I guess the more common situation is in settlements. And you may have a settlement, but a disagreement between the beneficiaries as to how to allocate that settlement, and it winds up going to the judge. Or you could even have a jury trial on that. Okay. Anybody else in support? Scott?
Yes, sir. On behalf of the medical side, I just want to thank Senator Serville and the trial attorneys for working with us. I mean, it has eliminated many of our concerns, and I just want to thank you for that.
Many?
We're not opposed to the bill.
All right. Anybody have any questions of the patron? Anybody else wish to be heard on this bill? Bill is before us. All right, it's been moved and seconded. The bill be reported.
Ayes 14, noes 1.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it for me.
All right, Senator DeStaff, I promise, are you finished, Senator Carrico? All right. Can we call you when we're ready for you, Senator DeStaff? Sure. Senator Carrico is chairing a committee, and he's got a boatload of bills. All right, Senator Carrico, this feels like deja vu all over again. We've got Senator Serville out after one bill, and we've got 9 bills of yours.
But they're good bills.
Senate Bill.
I want to start out, Mr. Chairman, with the Senate Bill 1501, which is the capital murder of a law enforcement officer, because there's several people here that'll that want to speak to this, and I want to be able to get them up here and speaking to the bill.
All right, let's 1501.
Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, this bill basically takes the section out of the capital murder section that deals with a law enforcement officer, fire marshal, assistant fire marshal, that's been granted police powers, deputy sheriff, law enforcement official. And basically in the working in the line of duty that's murdered and charged under capital murder, prohibits the reduction of the sentence. The least that they could get is life in prison or death sentence. This arises from situations, the situation that occurred in Richmond where Special Agent Walters was killed, and the circumstance in that case led to a 30-year sentence of 33-year sentence of that individual, which leaves this gentleman getting out of prison about the age of Agent Walter's kids when he went. So this is a much needed. These men and women are out here putting their lives on the line to protect everyone out here. I've heard many statements being made. Well, this takes away just prosecutory discretion. Well, we do that all the time. We set limits. We set boundaries. I don't buy it. I was a police officer for 15 years. I was in the very place that Mike Walters was killed, doing the same job. And, you know, we're going to send these men and women in there, and then we're going to water down what happened to them by giving them a slap on the wrist with 30 years. I'm just saying that if they're charged under this section of the code, then they're going to get life in prison or death. And, you know, as a police officer, I was asked many times by a Commonwealth attorney or someone that it doesn't appear that we have sufficient evidence in this case, and they either directly indicted them on another charge, or we non-prossed it and we got a charge that was less that they could use to go after the individual for something else. But to charge them under capital murder and then reduce this down to 30 years is really something that I don't want to see happen ever again. And if you're charged under this section of the code and you're charged for capital murder of a police officer, in this situation there was another police officer right there that saw it happen, a witness to the crime, and we've got someone serving 30 years for this crime. So I ask this committee to look favorable on this and move the bill forward.
Senator Carrico, thank you very much. We'd like to certainly want to hear from your witnesses.
Mr. Chairman, Wayne Huggins, representing the State Police Association. We very much support this. Rather than me offering you testimony as to why we think it's important, I would prefer that you hear from those who have been most impacted by this. And I'd like to introduce you to 5 of the bravest, strongest, and most inspirational women that I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. It's unfortunate that we met because of the circumstance, but it has been my pleasure to meet them and know them. And I'd like to ask Ms. Jamie Walters to come up. Jamie is the wife of Special Agent Mike Walters, who was shot and killed at Creighton Court here in Richmond last May. Mrs. Michelle Dearmeyer, whose husband, Trooper Chad Dearmeyer, was shot and killed at the bus station here in Richmond in March of 2016. Mrs. Betty Walker. Betty is the widow of Trooper J.A. Walker, who was shot and killed on Interstate 85 in Dinwiddie County in 2013. And joining them in support is Mrs. Amanda Bates. Amanda is the wife of Trooper Pilot Burke Bates, who was killed in a helicopter crash in Charlottesville, and Mrs. Karen Cullen, who is the wife of Lieutenant Jay Cullen, who was killed in that same crash. They have formed a sisterhood. They're unbreakable, and their story is compelling, inspirational, and extremely powerful. Appreciate you hearing from them today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Jamie.
Be more than happy to hear from you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
So as you know, my name is Jamie Walter. My husband was Special Agent Michael Walter. May 26, 2017, 7:12 p.m., my husband texted me to check on me and the kids like he did every Friday or every time he was working. I replied back that everything was okay, and like I always said, be safe, I love you. He replied back like he always responded, I love you, you're too beautiful to leave in this world alone. I'm sorry. 7/26, my life, my children's life was torn apart. I can guarantee you that my husband fought as hard as he could. May 27th, 5:19 in the morning, my husband died. Mike was an 18-year veteran of the state police and a prior Marine. When he was promoted to special agent, oftentimes he chose and volunteered to work down in Richmond City, particularly Mosby Court. That night on May 26, 2017, he was doing exactly that. A traffic stop was conducted by him and his Richmond City partner. His partner approached the driver's side. My husband approached
the passenger side. Upon asking the passenger for his ID and his name, he refused to do that. So my husband told him what was going to happen next, that he was going to get out of the car, he was going to turn around, gave him the appropriate direction. And I know this because of the body cam, which was never shown and never seen. At that point, Travis Ball got out of the car, put one hand behind his back. Mike went to get his other hand, and that's when the struggle began. He pulled out a .25, and it was one shot to his head that killed him. Travis Ball then proceeded to run. All because he did not want to go back to jail because he was wanted in another county for a felony. Over several months for preparing for the trial in the city, I went to every single motion hearing. Some I was allowed in, some I was not allowed in, but I made sure I was there for my husband. And over the several months, there were several things determined. There was evidence in this case. It wasn't a lack of evidence. There was a body cam. There were text messages. There were things stating that this was premeditated, that he was going to kill a cop that night. And he did. So he was charged. It was an Alford plea from what I understand. And he was charged with capital murder. With that, from my understanding, through all the lawyer lingo, was that he could get up to 60 years without parole. As you know, that did not happen. Not even half of that happened. During the trial, I had about a half hour to speak and plead my case. I poured my heart out. 5 hours on Travis about his childhood and what caused him to do this horrific thing. Various psychologists, teachers. The main point of discussion during it was how he grew up, how horrible and how devastating it was. Well, I'm sorry that he had a horrible, or that anybody would have a horrible bringing up. We all have things in our childhood that could cause us to make bad decisions, but we learn at an early age right from wrong. We become adults and we decide whether we're going to be good or whether we're going to be bad. He chose to be bad. And he chose to kill my husband and the father of my 3 children, Austin, Mason, and Addison. So on October 11th, 2018, Judge Beverly Snuckles started stating concern about the pending weather. It was the hurricane that was coming, and wanted to reconvene the next day. The lawyers did not want to do that, as we only had a little bit of time left. She said, okay, then it's going to take me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be back. Less than 60 seconds, she came back with a sentence. 60 seconds, she determined that. She determined that he was going to get 36, and she reduced it. She looked at the defense attorneys and she said, I hope you're right. I hope he comes out a better person. Travis never apologized. He just said, there's too much love in this world. Don't hate me. So imagine going home telling your children this. I have a very bright 15-year-old young man, and he is devastated. He is withdrawn. He is quiet. He doesn't interact much. Imagine if it happened to you and you going home to explain this to your children. Mike's murder was not considered vile because there was only one shot, but that one very shot killed him. Some believe that criminals can go through rehab, go through several classes, and become better people. What do those statistics show us and tell us? There have been many convictions with lesser charges that have people in jail for life in prison. That doesn't make sense to me. It's murder. I was informed in the beginning that throughout the trial and the sentencing, it may not be what I want because it's the city and murder is common in the city. It shouldn't be that way. The law is the law. So why is the sentencing different from county to county? And I do realize that some of the Commonwealth attorneys are against it because it takes certain powers out of their hands. I won't claim to understand that because I don't. But I will say, we need to work together to protect those who protect us every day. Again, I ask, if this happened to somebody you love more than anything in the world and they're gone, what would you want? My faith in the justice system has been lost. So I ask, if not beg, for that to be restored for me, Austin, Mason, and Addison, and other law enforcement families, that they never have to go through this ever, like my family and I have had to do. And as stated before, my children will be adults walking on the same street as their father's murderer. If anything positive can come out of this horrific and devastating murder, I would ask that we change the laws to support the families and law enforcement and let them know that we're here to protect them as well, and that they don't have to go through this like my family and I have. I appreciate your time and listening to me. God bless you all.
Ms. Walter, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing from your heart. And I know that this was not an easy thing for you to do. It certainly helps us in putting this in perspective. And we just extend our thoughts and prayers for you and your children, ask for peace and comfort for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Carrico?
Mr. Chairman, I think each one wants to say something. I've asked them to keep it brief. I know you guys have a lot of bills to go through, and
and I don't want to limit the testimony, particularly from witnesses who have this powerful testimony, and I know the loss that's been suffered by each of these witnesses. And you're right, we have actually a number of other bills that involve very similar heart-wrenching issues with witnesses here as well. So thank you for being here, and step right up.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Dearmeyer, and I am the widow of Virginia State Police Trooper Chad Phillip Dearmeyer, who was murdered, let me repeat, murdered in the line of duty March 31st, 2016 at the Greyhound Richmond bus station. Chad had approached a suspicious individual and within seconds was shot point blank in the chest, the first shot being fatal to his heart. The phone call from VSP telling me he was involved in an incident, the long drive to VSP with lights and sirens, and the moment I stepped into a conference room, not a hospital room, to find out that my husband was dead is a day that forever changed the life of myself and the lives of our son and daughter, who were 14 and 11 at the time. I still remember getting home that evening and my dad bringing them to our house, a house we had just built and moved into 2 months earlier. Our daughter had her school talent show that night that we were supposed to go to, and when my kids walked up the driveway towards the house, I remember them asking why we didn't come and asking where Daddy and his trooper car were. I had to sit them down on the couch and tell them that their daddy had been shot and killed, and he was never coming home. The cries that came out of their mouths is something I will never forget, as well as my daughter saying, "Why would someone kill Daddy? He was a good guy. He didn't deserve that." The men and women in law enforcement need our support now more than ever. It seems like every day there is a story about a law enforcement officer being murdered. Enough is enough. Every time I hear a story about a law enforcement officer being murdered, my heart breaks, and I am filled with the same emotions of March 31st, 2016 all over again. I know the journey that the family left behind is about to embark on. I am here to ask each of you to stand beside these men and women in law enforcement and let them know you think their lives matter. The sentencing for the killer of Special Agent Mike Walter was a slap in the face to Jamie and her 3 children. The justice system failed. We cannot let that happen again. Another family should never go through a trial like that to have that outcome. I was in complete shock when the judge's sentence was given. Jamie had to tell her 3 children that the man who murdered their father would only serve 36 years. That means when they are grown with a family of their own, they will breathe the same air as the man who murdered their father. They will walk the same streets as the man who murdered their father. Today is your chance to show our law enforcement officers that you support them. Today is your chance to take a stand for what is right and make the necessary changes needed to send a message that is clear and concise. Any individual who murders a law enforcement officer will be sentenced to life in prison or the death penalty. That is the consequence, and you will be held accountable for the actions you take. There is a quote, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." Here we are, women whose husbands were murdered while serving and protecting the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Women who stand before you pleading for the necessary changes needed to let us know that our husbands' lives did in fact matter. So please look me, look my daughter Paige, look Jamie, and look Betty in the eyes and tell us, are you ready to help us make that change? Thank you so much.
Ms. Diermeyer, if you'd return for just a second. I know how strongly you feel about this bill, and I just want you to know we're all up here trying to help, and we really appreciate your being here, and our hearts break for you and your family, and just really appreciate your advocacy.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Ms. Walker.
My name
Walker,
is, yes,
right?
My name is Betty Walker, and I'm the widow of murdered Virginia State Police Master Trooper Junius A. Walker, shot and killed in the line of duty on March 7, 2013. Walker spent 29 years of his career in Dinwiddie County with a servant's mentality. His dedication and career was unsurpassed. He was a mentor to the younger troopers in the county, being a field trooper officer for scores of them, and a great shift partner. He was admired by the entire community, knowing people in the community for the 29 years that he did, and was a great help to time in need. He was a family-oriented man. Family was an important part of his life. Together we raised 2 beautiful daughters who adored their dad, and 3 grandbabies who he was looking forward to retire to spend more time with. That didn't happen. That day I had told him to be careful. Whenever I told him that, he always said, "I'm always careful, Betty." We said our goodbyes with the hope of seeing each other in that afternoon, but it didn't happen. He pulled over to help a person that he thought was broken down and needed assistance. At that very instant, he was shot. He was shot, in fact, 4 times, each shot lethal. He was not coming home. This was all over the news media, but after a while, things tend to fade and people go on about their daily routines. But this never happens for the family of a law enforcement officer killed in the line of duty. The pain never goes away. And every single day, we know that our loved one is not coming home. There's a constant reminder of what they lived for, but also what they died for. Although our family wanted the death penalty, my husband's murderer got 2 life sentences plus 23 years. But you need to know, and you already have heard from Jamie, that some widows do not have that assurance. Her husband's murder received a ridiculously low sentence for the same crime of murder of her husband. Our fallen heroes gave the ultimate sacrifice in service to the Commonwealth. They deserve justice. Law enforcement works tirelessly to uphold the laws that you all put in place. These family needs to know that you and the judicial system agree that their lives mattered. My husband and every other police officer swore to perform their duties honestly and faithfully, and that no sacrifice would be too great in the performance of that duty. They also swore to make their entities a safer place in which to live. Our officers gave the ultimate sacrifice. Isn't it imperative that we give our all to see that justice is served, that offenders get the maximum sentences? How can that be more important than justice? The widows, the fatherless children, the grieving families, and the entire law enforcement community need to know that justice will be served in our beautiful Commonwealth. The killing of law enforcement officers needs to stop now, and it can start right here with you and you and you and all of you, to make sure that no murderer of a law enforcement officer ever walks free. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing. We are just so sorry and heartbroken for you and your family and your grandbabies. And we just, as I told Ms. Walter and Ms. Diermeyer, and I tell Ms. Bates and Ms. Cullen as well, I mean, we just really extend our thoughts and prayers and really do pray for peace and comfort for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator?
So, Mr. Chairman, you've heard, and I know you've got people that may want to speak in opposition, but these are widows of law enforcement officers. Junius, I worked with. Michael, I've been in the same place. And we just want to do something to ensure that nothing happens, that this charge doesn't get watered down. And, you know, sometimes justice is served right there on the street.
Right.
And this is something that we have got to take care of. I'll remind you, in the nation, that police officers are being targeted. At this very moment, we're 3 weeks into the new year, and 4 have been killed in the line of duty. And it's not going to stop until we take a stand and say, no more, you're going to serve life or you're going to be put to death if you do this.
Thank you. Let's do here, if anybody has any opposition to the bill or wishes to express any concerns, we'd be happy to hear from you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Senator Patron.
Yeah. Either the patron or council. And first off,
well,
usually wait till everybody speak.
Hang on just a second. Let's see if I don't see anybody popping up. I know that, and our job is to wade through these bills and look at them carefully. Steve, I know this is probably worst job of the day for anybody, but I do want you to walk through some of the issues that you see that you think that the committee should be aware of. That's Mr. Benjamin's job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, and the committee knows, that when I speak on a bill, I speak as counsel to the committee. I speak as a lawyer. And with some proposed legislation, that duty is more difficult than with others, especially when a bill is, well, to say it's well-intentioned, Mr. Chairman, is understatement. This is a bill for which the impetus is reprehensible crime and tragic loss of public servants. And everyone in this room, Mr. Chairman, has felt the emotion and the loss and the passion that underlies the bill that the fine gentleman has brought. Nevertheless, I'm required to analyze the bill and speak to it as a lawyer. And so the most important point I must make is that, and this is a question that we ask of every bill that comes before this committee, and the question is whether the bill accomplishes what the patron and the bill's supporters want it to accomplish. And this bill, Mr. Chairman, does not do that. What the bill says is that if a person is charged with capital murder, that charge cannot be amended or reduced. Yet what the concern that I have heard is not the charge, but the sentence that is imposed for somebody who is convicted of capital murder. This bill does nothing to affect the current state of the law in the Commonwealth of Virginia, that if a person is convicted of capital murder, although the statute provides that the punishment is death or life in prison, the current state of the law, unaffected by this bill, is that the judge still has the authority, the jurisdiction, to reduce or suspend a life sentence. And this bill would not change that. And that's why I say the bill does not accomplish what I hear the gentleman, the patron, and the supporters to be asking. Nor does the bill prohibit, and I think the patron alluded to this, a prosecutor from initially indicting for capital murder. And often that is the immediate reaction, because these crimes are so horrific that prosecutors don't hesitate to bring a capital murder charge. In some sense, that helps. But upon further analysis, upon reviewing the evidence, upon further investigation, sometimes a prosecutor will recognize that the charge is not supported by the evidence. And so what this bill does not prohibit is a prosecutor null-prosing the capital murder charge, that is, withdrawing it, and direct indicting for a lesser charge, first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, if that turns out to be the case. And so that's a second instance where the bill does not accomplish what the patron seeks to do. Problematic also is the fact that the bill would prohibit the judge from giving the jury a lesser included offense instruction. A lesser included offense instruction is where the judge tells the jury that if they find that the elements of capital murder have not been proven, but other elements have been, then they can convict for first-degree murder. This is of dubious constitutionality. Without even making that call, what I can tell you is that what this would do is create a massive and substantial amount of additional litigation. Whenever someone is charged with capital...
Senator McDougall.
Just listening to Mr. Benjamin, seems like, if I'm understanding you correctly, it's in the verbiage. What if we made this...
At least the first issue.
What if we made this a mandatory minimum of life? Doesn't that address those issues?
Senator Carrico, I think, largely addresses his concern, because I think part of the concern is that people may be indicted for capital murder, sometimes for reasons that politicians sometimes do things. And then they back down when it comes to the sentencing or plea. And if a prosecutor were to decide to dismiss and re-indict for a lesser offense, at least you get you see what you get. You don't have somebody acting like we're prosecuting for capital murder, but not treating it as what it should be treated as. If you're going to prosecute somebody for, if you think that it's bad enough to indict and prosecute for capital murder, which I think every prosecutor in Virginia would believe that the murder of a police officer is, and I think what the senator is saying is those prosecutors ought to be held to actually doing that. and actually prosecuting them and seeking punishment that is commensurate with capital murder. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
If they are elected officials,
Mr. Chairman.
if they're
Senator
going to reduce
McDougal.
these charges.
So, Senator Carrico, I think I hear what Mr. Benjamin is saying, the verbiage of this language. I think we can address that problem by making this, if you're
I have a
convicted.
vehicle. If we need to fix it, we can fix it.
So, Mr. Chairman, and Charles is the wordsmith, that if you're convicted of offense under A6, a mandatory minimum mandatory sentence no less than life in prison.
Now, and just understand, I mean, I don't want anybody to be sandbagged or surprised by anything. I mean, so Mr. Benjamin points out a very valid concern about trying to make sure that this bill does what the patron and his supporters want. It's not suggesting this is not a good idea. But what I want to make sure that you understand is that I do believe that adding a mandatory minimum does address at least the lion's share of what the patron wants to do, but that will mean that this will have to go to the Finance Committee, and it may be that gives us an additional time to work out some of the issues, and Senator Carrico is on that subcommittee, so we'll...
And I understand that, and this this puts the court in the position that they can't go this route again.
So, Senator McDougal, if I hear you, you want to make a motion to amend
Mr.
to
Chairman,
make it a mandatory minimum.
I move that we amend Senate Bill 1501, that the murder of conviction of a law enforcement officer is a mandatory minimum of life in prison.
All right. All right, that motion has been made in concept. You've got it. Any discussion of that? You okay with that, Senator Carrico?
I'm okay, and heaven forbid we have that many police officers that we can't afford to.
I understand. We'll get...
I'm just telling you, it's
I understand, Senator. And all in favor of adopting that amendment, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That amendment is made. The bill is before us. Is there a motion to report and re-refer the Committee on Finance? It's been moved and seconded. The roll is open. Roll is supposed to, yeah. Clerk, call the roll.
Senator Saslow.
Aye by proxy.
Senator Norman. Senator Howe.
Aye by proxy.
Senator Lucas.
Aye.
Senator Edwards. Senator McDougal.
Aye.
Senator Stewart.
Aye.
Senator Stanley.
Aye.
Senator Reeves.
Reeves votes aye.
Senator Chafin.
Aye by proxy.
Senator Deeds.
Aye by proxy.
Senator Sturdivant.
Aye.
Senator Peterson.
Abstain by proxy.
Senator Peake.
Yay.
Senator Obenshain.
Aye. Senator Carrico, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Ms. Walter, Ms. Dearmeyer, Ms. Walker, Ms. Bates, and Ms. Cullen, just thank you so much for being here and for your advocacy. Thank you. Senator Carrico, I hate to do it. You can go back and resume the chair in
Thanks.
Transportation. When you finish, come back and see us, okay?
Okay, thank
So you've got 8 more bills.
I know.
And we're not going to...
Mr. Chairman, if it's
you wanna do
okay, I'm
yours
going
now?
to leave you a document to one of the bills so you can look at it before I get back.
Senator McDougal. Don't give me mine. I got to go to a leadership meeting in just a minute. Give it to I need you to chair.
Mr. Chairman, Senate Bill 1349, and I want to tell the members this one is not necessarily going to be any less emotional than the bill that you just heard. Mr. Chairman, this is dealing with safe reporting of overdoses, and the committee may be aware that under the current statute, if you overdose and somebody calls that overdose into an emergency responder to report, they can not be criminally prosecuted if they help in the investigation of that case. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, there's a situation that was somewhat personal to me because I had worked with Dylan's father when I first started prosecuting, had known the McGees for majority of my life, and watched as they went through the pain of having their daughter fatally overdose due to opioids, and the ability was there for her to be saved. And nobody made the call to law enforcement. Mr. Chairman, it was worse than that because not only did nobody call, law enforcement came by the house and they were told nobody's there. Mr. Chairman, as we've spent a lot of time with the McGees over the course of the last year, and they've been through an emotional challenge of dealing with Dylan's loss to their family, the emotional challenge of dealing with Dylan's, I'm going to use the term murderer, going through that criminal process. And Mr. Chairman, it has been emotional and challenging. But going through that process, we looked at a number of different potential legislative options for us to try to address to make sure other families that we're not in the same situation, that we were not here to hear from other parents about what was happening to their Dylan. So, Mr. Chairman, this is what we came up with. And I know that some of my friends in Commonwealth Attorney's offices are not ecstatic about this. Hopefully they'll reflect. But, Mr. Chairman, I want you to hear from Seward McGee and his wife Ann about Dylan and the situation, and look at this as a real option for people that are in an overdose situation to make sure that we're saving the individual first, that's the priority. Prosecution, second priority, but saving lives, the first priority. Mr. Chairman, I gotta tell you that my thought process on this has evolved over time, and I thought it was very important that we heard about some of the impacts physiologically of these drugs and what it does to people and how they react when they're going through a addiction process. Mr. Chairman, I think that this bill will do more to save lives than anything that we have done here recently, because it will prevent other people who are in that same situation that Dylan was in. It will prevent them from weighing the decision, do I call for help or not? Because they'll know that they won't be prosecuted. The risk is gone from them, and they will call for help. So, Mr. Chairman, if Seward and Ann, if y'all would come forward.
Senator McDougal, thank you very much. Mr. and Ms. McGee, right? Thank you so much for being here. We'd be happy to hear from you.
Thank you. My name is Ann McGee, and my daughter Dylan, 26 years old, died of an opiate overdose on August 4th, 2017. Every day, I have to live with the knowledge that another person who she was with when she started struggling could have saved her life if they had just called 911. But their fear was that they would be arrested and convicted for the drugs that were present. So instead of calling 911, they shoved my daughter in a closet, and she was left there to die while the police were outside. There are so many overdoses that we hear about every day, and so many people that could be saved. But in situations where there are other people present, they're scared to call. I've talked to other drug addicts, and they've all told me the same thing. They're not going to call. They don't want to be arrested. They don't want to be prosecuted. And I understand we want drug dealers We want drugs off of our streets. But our children's lives are at stake here. Next time, it could be your daughter, your son, your brother, sister, spouse, a friend. Look at what's important. It's someone's life. Please pass this law in Dylan's memory. Please don't make another parent go through this.
Thank you, Ms. McGee.
Mr. Chairman, Senators, and ladies and gentlemen, of my 30 years of public service as a sheriff's deputy, a police officer, a deputy Commonwealth attorney, and finally as an inspector general for a state agency here, I never thought I'd be before you requesting your help. On August the 4th, 2017, my daughter, Dylan McGee, died of an overdose of heroin laced with fentanyl. Instead of anyone calling for help to save her life, a man picked her up and placed her inside a closet, hiding her from anyone, where she died. The police talked with the man outside that house for almost 20 minutes. He was denying anybody was there, that she had left. They had finally got into the house, and they did eventually find her. Why did he help her? As my wife has said, we've talked to addicts. I'm sure you're familiar with the McShin Foundation. They've talked with addicts. They know, and they will tell you, that the addict is not going to call if he's in fear of losing, going to jail, and being involved. We've also talked to these same individuals, and they said they would have called had there been no chance of them going to jail and being able to save a life. For 7 years, my wife and I, who worked with Dylan in and out of rehabs, we've came very close to other addicts and understand there's how they work. We don't understand why, but we do understand how they work. And they're a group that they would help each other. So I know somebody would have called had they not been faced with going to jail. As you're surely aware, as you've heard today before us, that Virginia's facing an opioid addiction problem, and it's all over the United States. There have been many deaths in Virginia because of this problem, and the problem does not follow any specific classes. It touches everybody. It's as clear as it happened to my family, and it's absolutely happened to your family. I read in the paper where the Honorable Delegate John Bell, one of your colleagues, lost his son just recently.
But not for dealing.
Bill 1349 may help save lives as it gives other addicts the opportunity to call for help. Would an addict do this, or would this, if it saved their lives, would it help? Yes. After talking to those, as I've told you, it would help them. I know there's some prosecutors, and I was one before, but I was also an officer of the court, as I'm still an officer of the court. And when you're an officer of the court, not only do you look at the law, but you look at how it goes. You have an option in everything you do. Nothing says you don't have a heart when you're standing up there prosecuting somebody. I dare say there'd be a Commonwealth attorney that would stand up and say, I don't care about a life, I want a conviction. I can't believe anybody in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office anywhere in our state would say, my conviction is more important than a life. If they did say that, I doubt very seriously if they'd get reelected. Had this law been like this on August the 4th, 2017, would my daughter still be alive today? Or saved once and face death again? Maybe. But that maybe is a very big maybe. My daughter may be alive today. Or her mother and I may have had her another day, another week, another month, or another year before she died. I would do anything if I could have 1 second for her right now. Please pass this bill and let the full Senate decide on this and make this Dillon's law. Thank you, folks.
Mr. and Ms. McGee, I know this has been incredibly difficult. Just thank you for your testimony, your sharing this incredibly painful experience with us as the parent of a 26-year-old and the uncle of a nephew struggling with many of the same issues of addiction. It's really close to home, and I'm sure that there are very few people around these days who don't have situations that bring this perilously close. So just thank you so much for bringing our attention to Dylan's just terribly tragic situation. It breaks our hearts. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and before my friends from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office get up and we have some additional discussions, one of the things as we went through and crafted these statutes, medical opportunities have changed. Didn't used to be that when somebody was overdosing that there now was an injectable way to save them. It is readily available. It is carried by almost every law enforcement, every EMS, every firefighter. The opportunities to save individuals are very different today than they were 5, 6, 7 years ago. Mr. Chairman, this is a very direct policy choice. And that policy choice is, are you going to put the priority at saving a life, or are you going to put the priority at getting a conviction? Mr. Chairman, I think the priority should be at saving a life.
Thank you, Senator. Let's hear from those who wish to speak in support of this bill.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, J.K. Davenport, Deputy Secretary of Public Safety and Homeland Security. We support the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Scott Johnson on behalf of the Medical Society. This was one of the issues that our medical residents and students brought to us as a policy position to advocate more treatment, so we very much support this bill and hope you do as well.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? We'd be happy to hear if anybody has concerns or issues that they'd like to raise with respect to the bill.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Doucette, Executive Director of the Virginia Association of Commonwealth Attorneys. In his opening remarks, Senator McDougal asked us to reflect and reconsider our position on this bill. I'm going to take him at his word. I'm going to bring it back to our board and our legislative watch team and reflect and see if we want to change our position. I do want the body to be aware of the fact that I was involved with this bill when it was originally drafted. It was originally brought before the General Assembly by Delegate Carr, as I recall. And Delegate Carr was running into some trouble with this particular bill, and she asked both me and Kevin Carroll of the Fraternal Order of Police to sit down with her and work on the bill, and we did work on this particular bill. The bill, as it was originally drafted, dealt with only the person who was suffering the overdose, who was getting the safe harbor, if you will. It has since been amended to include other people calling on behalf of the person who was overdosing.
But our thoughts, when we originally drafted this particular language as far as substantial cooperation, dealt with our desire to work with the person who has survived the overdose and be able to go after the person who had provided the poison that caused that overdose to begin with. The bill has changed, or the law has changed over the course of time, and I'm going to take Senator McDougal at his invitation and bring it back to our association for reconsideration of our position.
And you know, this is your world, not mine, so I rely on people like you and Mr. Benjamin, Senator McDougal for guidance on some of these issues. But this provides for an affirmative defense, but am I correct that it's only for purchase or consumption, not distribution?
That is correct.
So, and you know, what we've been working on over the past several years is holding people accountable who do provide the poison, who kill people. We had the commander of our drug task force in Harrisonburg, whose son died in an overdose, and they caught the dealer. And I feel very strongly, as does our Commonwealth's attorney and many in our community, that that person should be held accountable. I do not want to create a situation where that person all of a sudden has an affirmative defense to murder simply because he calls for help unsuccessfully. This doesn't do that, though, does it?
This does not do that, Mr. Chairman. And
Ryan, you're satisfied? I mean, you wouldn't want that either.
Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate Mike's statement of willing to go back and talk about it, but we did try to focus in just on the possession side, and I think Charles was very helpful. He knows we went through half a dozen different concepts, and this is the one that we distilled it down to, and we worked very hard to make this narrower in focus, to not preclude the Commonwealth from being able to go after that individual that's distributing heroin or fentanyl, but for the person who's also using to not be afraid that if I call, all of a sudden I'm going to be involved in a criminal investigation that I am having to participate in.
Okay. Anything else, Mike? All right.
No, sir.
All right. Steve, he highlight everything that, all right. All right. Any questions of the patron? The bill is before us.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry. Senator Peterson.
I just want to say that the Good Samaritan bill was my bill 4 years ago, and I think this is a great amendment. And that's all I'll say. Excellent work.
Senator McDougal moves bill report, seconded by Senator Stewart. I'm sorry. Hobie, call the roll.
We can't vote.
That's correct.
Senator Saslow.
Aye by proxy.
Senator Norman.
Aye by proxy.
Senator Howe.
Aye by proxy.
Senator Lucas.
Aye.
Senator Edwards.
Aye.
Senator McDougal.
Aye.
Senator Stewart.
Aye.
Senator Stanley.
Aye.
Senator Reeves.
Reeves votes aye.
Senator Chafin.
Aye by proxy.
Senator Deeds.
Aye.
Senator Sturdivant.
Aye.
Senator Peterson.
Aye.
Senator Peak.
Aye.
Senator Obenshain.
Aye.
Ayes 15, nays 0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to say particularly thank you to Commonwealth's attorneys for reflecting on this, because I do think this has evolved, the statute has evolved over time, and their willingness to reflect on it is greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Thanks again, Mr. and Ms. McGee. All right, Senator Stanley.
limited to, Mr. Harwood. In fact, in the past 3 years, the Commonwealth of Virginia has paid to one defendant, Robert Paul Davis, $582,000. To the Norfolk Four, we passed legislation in excess of 3.4, almost 3.5 million. To Mr. Howard, in excess of 1.5, and more recently to Michael Kenneth McAllister, in excess of $1 million, for a grand total of nearly $7 million of taxpayer money paid to people that we wrongly put in jail and imprisoned and now released based on those mistakes. We have no post-conviction remedy that comprehensively addresses this issue. The 21-day rule that we're all familiar with permits consideration of new evidence only in that time, and only after that do we have writs of actual innocence, which requires the petitioner to prove his innocence by clear and convincing evidence, difficult even in many DNA cases. Habeas corpus, you've got the 2-year limitation. Pardons and releases are extremely rare. None are well suited to relieve this injustice resulting from junk science. So what this bill does in a nutshell is the following. It provides a person who is convicted of certain offenses, the most serious offenses, and they were convicted after a plea of not guilty, which would render then a trial, or an Alford plea, or if a juvenile later determined to be delinquent on such a not guilty plea or an Alford plea. The petitioner, when that petitioner was convicted using science that is later determined to be discredited, can file a petition with the Virginia Court of Appeals and allege that the petitioner didn't commit the covered offense, gives the exact description of the forensic science and evidence and its relevance, demonstrating that he or she did not commit the offense. Any specific facts must be contained in that petition relevant that was not available at the time of the petitioner's conviction. And then it must make a clear demonstration that but for the scientific evidence which is now proven to be discredited, that not been presented, that person would not have been convicted. This all allows consideration on a single petition before the Virginia Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals can take the petition, ask for more evidence, summarily dismiss it, or take evidence and then make a determination. If it makes a determination, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, that in fact that person's conviction was wrongfully obtained through junk science, this bill allows the Commonwealth to insist upon a retrial, or the Commonwealth can make the determination not to retry. It also has, Mr. Chairman, a sunset clause, because what we've seen in the other state, and there are 2 states that have done this, California and Texas, there have not been a rush through the jailhouse door for these petitions. In fact, there have only been an average of about 5 a year in Texas and even fewer in California.
When was the Texas law adopted? How much experience do we have with that?
Texas law was adopted in 2013.
All right.
And it was modeled on the provisions of the writs of actual innocence. And they've had an average of 5 a year since then.
All right. Senator Stanley, we've given you a little bit more time than usual. This bill that we've heard before, if you want to wrap up and let your witnesses testify, be more than happy to hear from them.
Mr. Chairman, this is one small measure by which we can right the wrongs, as we know who are attorneys on this commission, on this committee know. That is our obligation in an imperfect world, in an imperfect justice system, to try to get it right. In fact, I think that's why we stand here today. That's why we serve in this capacity in the Senate, to make sure that every turn, every bill that we have attempts to get justice right. Because the greatest injustice is a conviction of an innocent man. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that Keith Allen Harwood be able to speak to this.
We'd be happy to hear from him. Mr. Harwood, nice to have you here. It was great to have you in the balcony of the Senate today, and we'd be delighted to hear from you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And please excuse me. Half my life I was a convict, still am. I'll never shake my being from that. That's something you just can't get past. So if I make some errors in speaking or talking or something of that nature, just please forgive me. First off, I'd like to thank Senator Stanley and the Netflix people for inviting me here to this committee to speak. And I also like to thank the people that made me possible, and that's the Innocence Project, the law firm of Skaggs Arps, and also the man of the people, the reporter to the people, Mr. Frank Green. Y'all are lucky to have him in your town. He was a giant among giants to get me out. How can you take a third of a century and bring it down to 5 minutes? I won't do that to you. Senator Stanley's already spoken to you about just part of what happened to me. If you read my story, you'll find out there's a lot more involved. Prosecutorial misconduct, that type thing. I am the trifecta of what can go wrong, and it did go wrong. But I hold no hate or harm against anyone. Everything for a reason, and that reason is why I'm here today. I believe in my heart of hearts, if you go out to all three corners of the state of Virginia and ask the citizens and speak to them and say, well, we have people that have been convicted. They are in prison right now. And we're thinking about passing a bill to have a law that would help them get themselves back into court. If it wasn't been for DNA, I would still be inmate 1125797. I'll remember that number the rest of my life. And if you ask a citizen and explain to them, we're going to pass a bill that will allow people who were convicted behind junk science, fabricated testimony by experts, they would say, there's not a law already. It's just that simple. And it's all about being fair. You want to be fair to the citizens. And you cannot realize that the fact that I could take you to any court today, act as a prosecutor, stand in front of a jury, and you're guilty before one word is even spoken, because the judges, the prosecutors, the detectives, the investigators aren't going to bring an innocent person to trial and have them convicted. Well, here I am. So it's just as simple as that. I think the people of Virginia deserve it. I deserve it. And those people that are sitting in the prisons right now, Nottoway, Augusta, Sussex 2, or whatever, that were convicted behind bogus, made up, fabricated science and use it as evidence, it's just not right. It's not right. And you have opportunity today to show the citizens that you want to do the fair thing. And that's all it is being fair. And that's all I ask you to do, to be fair and accept the fact that these things do happen and it needs to be corrected. And if you don't understand what this bill is about, then I'm sorry for you. If you oppose it, you should be ashamed. Ashamed. Thank you.
Mr. Harwood, thank you for being here. Thank you for your advocacy, and we're really thankful that justice system finally worked for you, and we thank you for being here to share your story.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Bill?
Just if I may, just briefly on just a couple of the quick legal points, having my own counsel, Steve Pearson, who we all know, who used to represent other legal entities, speak very briefly. He and I worked and drafted this bill together, if you don't mind.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. A couple of years ago, I think I made a mistake with
Steve
Senator
Pearson
Stanley.
on behalf of?
Steve Pearson on behalf of Senator Stanley.
Oh, okay.
I did, a couple of years ago, I was coming back and didn't have a client coming back from an illness, and I ended up hooking up with Senator Stanley. We did some good work together on criminal discovery. And that led to the Innocence Project retaining me last year to get the predecessor to this bill through the Senate. And you all voted on it, came through this committee. I think many of you probably remember it. Pretty much the identical bill is before you now in Senator Stanley's 1066. The Innocence Project has not retained me this year, and I have not played a role in this bill, and I am not representing them now. But the senator asked me to stand up because I was, I think, the principal draftsman of it last year. And if you all have any questions about the contents of the bill, I can endeavor to answer them. I'm a little bit stale on it because it's been a year ago, but I do have a pretty good memory, and barring any questions, I've got a personal statement that with the indulgence of the chairman, I'd like to make. Because I do think that having observed the criminal justice system over these many years and its workings here in Richmond, that this is an issue whose time has clearly come. The 21-day rule has been sort of abrogated by the writs of actual innocence, or two of them. You all know about them. They don't really work very well. There are people who are innocent who are caught up in prison and who ought to be released. And why should they be released? Why should we pay to incarcerate these people when they don't deserve incarceration? Why shouldn't they be out working, paying taxes, raising families, and relieving the Commonwealth of the expense of maintaining them and freeing them up to live their lives? So you have a bill here that would enable this, and we have, every one of us, been raised to believe that this is the way that the justice system ought to work. How many times were all of us told when we were children that we have a system that would allow 10 guilty men to go free rather than convict one innocent man? That's what I always heard. I'm sure that you've heard it too. I'm sure that you grew up believing it. And I would just urge you to make it so by passing the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Senator Stewart, did you have a question?
I did, Mr. Chairman. And Steve, help me because I don't typically handle these kinds of things. But why doesn't the writ of actual innocence actually work in the situations that you're talking about? I mean, we all agree. We all agree that Mr. Harwood, he was wrongfully convicted. That was fixed ultimately, thank goodness. There are other examples where it is. We've got a system where the governor can pardon individuals. Why isn't that enough? Why do we need to go to this, I guess is my question.
If I might, Senator Stewart, let me take the pardon issue out of it. I've talked to a number of members of this panel who have told me that the pardon system itself doesn't work. And it's a non-judicial resolution of these matters. I mean, if we worked in an ideal system, wouldn't we rather have the judiciary resolve the mistakes that were made within that branch rather than rely on the political process to get out of it? Now, to get back to your question.
So then the writ of actual innocence.
About the writs of actual innocence, we've got one for biological evidence, one for non-biological evidence. They go to different courts, they operate in different ways, but the standard is basically that you have got to go in and prove yourself actually innocent of whatever the crime was.
All right, we're going to have to move on. Okay. Steve, Mr. Benjamin.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, let me address Senator Stewart's question. The writ of actual innocence was effective for those who were convicted in the 70s and the 80s before forensic DNA was being used in the courtroom. If you were convicted after that date and the evidence was available for testing but wasn't tested, then you cannot avail yourself of the writ of actual innocence even though you are demonstrably innocent. It no longer works, in other words. It worked for the old cases. It doesn't work for anything since, say, 1990.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Stewart.
So then my next question, Mr. Benjamin, is it possible to amend the writ of actual innocence to allow the use of that now to make that statute work for those convicted after that time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Senator Stewart, it can be amended. It should be amended so that it can still operate in the way that it was intended at the time that it was passed. But that would not address the problems that have been identified by the patron. The problem is not a scientific problem, because science is always challenging itself and trying to improve. The problem is a legal problem, because the law in Virginia values precedent over advances in knowledge. And so, for example, the scientific community long knew that bite mark evidence was invalid, that microscopic hair comparison testimony was invalid. But the courts long ago held that these techniques were admissible, and so valuing precedent, this evidence continues to be admitted, even today. And so Virginia needs a mechanism, in addition to amending the writ of actual innocence so that DNA can still continue to permit the freedom of someone who is actually innocent. In addition, this bill is necessary to address instances where discredited, invalid, inaccurate science has been admitted and used to convict an innocent person. This bill is necessary.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, Senator McDougal.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Benjamin's statement caused me to reflect where I'm going to go here today. I think we like to have finality in the court system, and there's been a strong effort to ensure that. I have some concerns about the way this is drafted, that it is going to leave the process of determining what is no longer good science, like bite mark testimony, to courts to be battled by experts. I would prefer that we hear that and we look at those and put them down and just like we do everything else. And as those issues come up, we say this is no longer admissible. But Mr. Chairman, I have listened to my seatmate talk about this nonstop for about 2 years now. And I do think we need to continue to have the process and the discussion. But I think what Mr. Benjamin just said is that if we don't ultimately start to develop the list of what those particular evidentiary items are and say they're no longer good science to be admissible, that this is only going to get us part of the way there, and we could go a little bit farther and alleviate some of the concerns I have about a battle of experts in a courtroom that might come to different conclusions in different places. So with that, Mr. Chairman, and I see somebody from the Supreme Court standing up, but I'm going to move that the bill be reported, and depending on what the Supreme Court says.
Well, let's hold that in abeyance and just give the opposition or those with issues an opportunity to be heard.
Doreen Dalton, Office of the Executive Secretary for the Supreme Court of Virginia. A committee of judges that reviews legislation has recommended position of oppose, not because of the idea behind this, but because of procedural concerns. Currently, as Mr. Pearson indicated, appellate jurisdiction is clearly divided between non-biological and biological evidence. The non-biological writs are heard in the Court of Appeals. The biological writs are heard in the Supreme Court. This new writ would disrupt that clear division, as these writs could be based on biological or non-biological evidence. Additionally, there is some overlap between the new writ and the two existing writs of actual innocence, which could cause confusion as to which writ to file and which appellate court to file it in, potentially precluding a petitioner from actually obtaining relief. And finally, the judges have raised double jeopardy concerns, because this also essentially requires the petitioner to prove his innocence, but the petitioner is still subject to retrial at the Commonwealth's discretion.
Mr. Chair.
And I'll remind you that those were the same concerns they had last year.
Mr. Chairman's talking, so I'm going to help him.
Mr. Chair.
Senator, lady from the Supreme Court, is there a way to fix the process in your mind? I heard your objection was to the process.
Yes, it's procedural. It's not an easy fix. We are willing to work with Senator Stanley and Mr. Pearson, as we offered last year as well.
Would you like to do that, Senator Stanley, to work through the procedural issues to get their support?
And let me just, and I'm sure the answer to that is yes, but he'd rather get his bill done.
Yes.
Yes and yes.
Yes.
But let me ask you this. I mean, if I prove that my client was convicted and that there was junk science that was introduced on behalf of the Commonwealth, do I get a new trial?
Under this bill?
Yeah.
You get a decision made by the Commonwealth's attorney whether to re-prosecute.
So all
or
I
not.
have to do is show that junk science was used.
No. No. You have to show that it was that was the basis of the conviction.
The basis for the conviction.
Yes.
The sole basis.
Not the sole basis, but, and Mr. Benjamin, you may know this better than I, but I don't want to.
The basis, how do you do that?
Yeah. Paragraph C. Thank you, sir.
Middle four.
Petitioner, and that was the allegations that I'd stated in my original speech. In paragraph C, that the petitioner didn't commit the offense. The exact description of the forensic scientific evidence and its relevance in demonstrating the petitioner did not commit the covered offense. Specific facts indicating the relevant forensic science evidence was not available at the time of the petitioner's conviction or adjudication through the exercise of reasonable due diligence by the petitioner, or that discredited forensic scientific evidence was presented at the petitioner's conviction or adjudication of delinquency.
So all you have to do is show that it was introduced.
No, and if you look at the final thing under sub 4, that had the forensic science evidence been presented at conviction or adjudication of delinquency, the petitioner would not have been convicted or adjudicated delinquent.
Mr. Chair, as I read paragraph C, you've got to prove that there's forensic evidence that wasn't available at the time, or a procedure that wasn't available at the time, and that because it wasn't available at the time, you were convicted through the use of junk that was available.
And it's clear and convincing under paragraph I, that's the standard, so it's, or J, sorry. J.
Senator McDougal.
Mr. Chair, that is positive. I do think if this bill continues to go on, it would be more positive for us to have a list of junk science items that we all agree. Because I think if I'm hearing from everybody, there are a number of things out there that everybody on this committee would say that shouldn't be admitted as far as evidence, bite marks evidence. I mean, that should not be admitted. And if we ultimately, if we had a list, I don't know that my great new friends in the Commonwealth Attorneys Association would love it, but they might have less of a discomfort about it if there was more certainty going forward. But I think that there are some protections in here that it's not just wide open.
Mr. Chair,
Senator Deeds.
I think not only are there protections here, but this bill still has a long way to go, and during the remainder of this process, before the end of the session, there's room, I think, to make whatever amendments are necessary if such a list is developed. I question whether a list can be developed right now because science changes all the time.
Well, I mean, before we vote on a motion to report, we really have an obligation to listen to those with concerns about the bill. So I'd be happy to hear from the Commonwealth's attorneys. Mr. Benjamin and the Crime Commission may want to flip a coin as to who addresses other issues, but I'd be happy to hear from you.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Doucette, Executive Director of the Virginia Association of Commonwealth's Attorneys. And of course, the very last thing that any prosecutor would ever want to have happen is to convict an innocent person. At the same time, of course, we also want to bring justice to those who are guilty and bring justice to the victims of crimes. And so our concerns with this bill is that it's entitled the writ of new or discredited forensic scientific evidence. And the debate that's gone on so far has assumed that we're talking about junk science. Senator McDougal's points are well taken. We are suddenly big good friends, in the sense that we agree with you. Because when you look at this particular bill, it's called new or discredited forensic science, and yet it requires neither newness nor that it requires discreditation before the petition is filed. All it requires is that the science has changed. And that's the language that's on line 90 of this particular bill. All it requires is the science has changed. Science changes all the time. And Senator Deeds just said the same thing. It changes all the time. So this can result in successive petitions every time the petitioner can distinguish the science used from one petition to the next. That's the language in line 35. In other words, we can have petition after petition after petition going before the Court of Appeals. It doesn't say there has to be a significant or a monumental change in science. It could be a minor change in science. And so there's literally no limit to the number of petitions that could be filed. There are remedies that have been available. We've been talking about some of the shortfalls and also some of the fact that they do in fact exist, gubernatorial pardons. the writs of actual innocence, both for biological and non-biological. I can think of a gubernatorial pardon in a case out of Roanoke City a couple of years ago, where the arson investigation that was the basis of the arson and murder convictions was ultimately discredited, and there was a gubernatorial pardon granted in that particular case. Our concern also is this bill is not only available to those who pled not guilty, but it's those who pled did offered pleas, which are guilty pleas. And a lot of times when we as prosecutors are doing plea agreements, we are giving up certain, we're now processing charges, dismissing charges, reducing charges. There's that give and take in that offered plea process when the offered plea is pursuant to a plea agreement. There's no time limit as to when these petitions can be filed. In fact, as more time goes on, the more likely that science has changed, and the more likely that there's going to be an opportunity for this petition and of course, we will never be able to put together a case 20 years later. It's just going to be impossible. And of course, this bill has a fiscal impact. So, subsection K talks about the availability of court-appointed attorneys. Implicit in that is court-appointed experts. And I do know that the Attorney General's office just filed a fiscal impact that is going to cost about $500,000 per year for them to hire the folks to handle these particular petitions. That's all I know. I don't know what the basis of that particular.
Senator Stewart.
Mike, I've been trying to read through this as we've been discussing it in the discussion about it being a junk science bill, and I know there's been testimony and discussions about people being convicted on junk science. But, and I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. The way I read it, I don't see anything in here about junk science being introduced in the trial that the individual was convicted, where the individual was convicted. What I see is a requirement that you file a petition that says you didn't do it, that there's new science, that the new science could prove you didn't do it, and that science, you should have the availability to show that. But I'm not found in this bill where it says I was convicted on junk science.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Stewart, that would be on line 44 after the word "or," and that's the alternative. If you can show that discredited forensic scientific evidence was presented at the trial, and that you would not have been convicted but for that, you have a mechanism for relief, although it would require a slight amendment.
Adjudication.
You need to have the but-for language.
On line 46, you would need to insert after the word "presented," or the discredited scientific evidence had not been presented.
What? Specific facts indicating that relevant forensic scientific evidence was not available at the time of the petitioner's conviction or adjudication of delinquency through the exercise of reasonable due diligence by the petitioner, that the discredited forensic scientific evidence or that the discredited was presented at the petitioner's conviction or adjudication of. Okay, so it's an either or.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Stewart, unfortunately, though, you've got the lines down on lines 88, 89, and 90 that talk about whether the forensic scientific evidence has been discredited since the date of the conviction or adjudication of delinquency. The court shall consider whether the relevant forensic science evidence has changed. Science changes all the time. All they have to show for the court to consider whether it has been discredited is that the science has changed.
Well, this is not fair for Mike, but for Mr. Benjamin, it doesn't say that the evidence was admitted. It says there was forensic evidence presented. What does that mean?
And that, Mr. Chairman, Senator Stewart, is why I suggested the amendment. If your relief is based upon discredited forensic scientific evidence, that is what we usually refer to as junk science. If you show that junk science was presented at your trial, and you can show...
doesn't mean admitted into evidence.
Well, that could use some better drafting. But they say at the petitioner's conviction, and the fair inference of that is at your trial, which led to your conviction. And I think any court would interpret it that way. Certainly, we can change the wording. But the amendment that I'm suggesting is if you were demonstrating that you were convicted because junk science was presented at your trial, you also need to show that you would not have been convicted had junk science not been presented. And that clause is absent and would require an amendment.
And that's my intent, so I'd move that amendment. That was my intent, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can I only add that, I think you do need to add that it was not, I don't know what presented means in a court of law. I know what admitted means. The evidence was admitted.
That can be, that's a
Presented,
simple
I
amendment.
don't know what
Change
that
the word
means.
presented to admitted at trial.
I would so move both of those amendments.
And I'll second both of those.
All right. Let's move this along at this stage. I think we had a motion that was held in abeyance. Senator McDougal.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to renew the motion to report as amended.
And re-refer.
And re-refer to the Committee on Finance. Mr. Chairman, I hope as we go through this conversation that Senator Stanley might reflect on including some finite items that would certainly give me greater comfort level as this moves through the process. But I think it does need to continue to move through the process.
This is a day of reflection, and I show.
And I would suggest that you
so
get
shall
with the
reflect.
Supreme Court as well.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
The motion properly seconded.
Second, Mr. Chairman, where are we?
Is to report and re-refer to finance
I move the amendment.
as amended.
Did we do it? Mr. Chairman,
Did we-
speaking, go ahead.
Hobie, did we adopt the amendments? What was the last amendment?
There's two amendments.
Mr. Chairman, the last amendment was on line 44, strike the word presented at the petitioner's conviction and insert the words admitted at the petitioner's trial.
So moved.
And also on line 46, after the word presented, insert the words or the discredited scientific evidence not been presented.
Senator McDougal moves those amendments, seconded by Senator Stewart. All in favor of adopting those amendments signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Those amendments are adopted. Senator McDougal moves that the bill be reported and re-referred to the Committee on Finance. Is there a second?
Second,
It's
Mr.
been
Speaking.
moved and seconded. Clerk will call the roll.
Speaking to the matter. We're not just talking about bite marks being junk science, but there's a lot of evidence that previously causes of fires, for example. I know of several cases where causes is now discredited, the basis on which it was presented.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Where the fire
and
started, how it started.
So in fact, there could be any number of things. The idea of listing them is avoiding the problem. The problem is science does evolve, and you got to prove all these things, including that the person wouldn't have been convicted otherwise.
Yes, sir.
So you like the bill?
I like the bill.
All right. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Saslow.
To report.
And re-refer to Finance.
Senator Norman. Senator Howe.
Aye by proxy.
Senator Lucas.
Aye.
Senator Edwards.
Aye.
Senator McDougal.
Aye.
Senator Stewart.
Aye.
Senator Stanley.
Aye.
Senator Reeves.
Reeves votes aye.
Senator Chafin.
He was aye by proxy.
No by proxy.
Senator Deeds.
Aye.
Senator Sturdivant.
Aye.
Senator Peterson.
Aye.
Senator Peak.
Aye.
Senator Norman.
I'm going to vote no. Give him- All right.
Senator Obenshain.
No, and change Chafin to yes. He voted for it last year. All right. The bill reports and re-refers to the Committee on Finance. Thank you very much.
Now, what was the score, Hobie?
It was a lot to a little. Okay.
Who knows?
Next, Senator DeSteff is here, and he's got a supporter who's been here
Same thing applies for storage charges, Mr. Chairman, and that's pretty much the bill.
All right, anybody you know of in opposition to it?
I think the banks and credit unions are all on board now. I don't think we have any issues, no opposition.
Well, let me ask a question, and maybe it will give somebody an opportunity to think about this for just a second. So if my car is T-boned in an intersection collision, okay? Not my fault, somebody runs a red light, creams me. And my car is towed by my insurance company to Bob's tow lot. And my insurance company says, we're not paying for this, it's the other guy's fault. The other guy's insurance company has some out-of-state company. They don't have an adjuster. They don't get to even look at the car for like 3 weeks. And I've been racking up $80 a day charges for my car sitting in this car lot because I've got two insurance companies squabbling with each other over who's going to pay for the damage to my car. And finally, when I had to get fed up and say, I'm going to get it fixed myself, the lot says, we got to lien more than the value of your car. You can't have your car. I mean,
Well,
isn't
Mr.
that
Chairman, let me help you with that. Let me help you with that on 2 or 3 occasions, Mr. Chairman. First of all, so you're talking about $1,700 roughly worth of charges. If there's a bank involved, the first $1,000 would be covered. Then the bank would be satisfied with their liens. And then any addition would go the other way. But if it was totaled by the insurance company because you were
I'm
T-boned.
not talking about totaled. I'm talking about repairable sitting in the car
Okay, I thought you
lot.
said your car was T-boned and totaled.
Yeah, I didn't mean it.
Okay. Then let me go back and unwind that, Mr. Chairman. So if your car is,
This isn't a mathematical question. This is more a theoretical question.
Okay.
I'm a lawyer for a reason.
I'm good at math for a reason and not a lawyer for a reason. So basically, Mr. Chairman, if I may, in that instance, the first $1,000 would be paid for the storage. If there's a bank involved, then, or a credit union, then they would get satisfied. Or if it could be repaired from there, then it's up for the, up to the, I guess, the negotiation of the insurance company and the storage lot. But if the storage fee is more than the value of your vehicle, I guess they would go to court. I have no idea. I'm trying to deal with this on mechanics liens, but.
So right now, the maximum lien for your car being in storage is $1,000?
$300.
$300. That's not the law.
And I actually, Mr. Chairman, I don't,
$500.
$500. Storage charge not to exceed 500,000. This doesn't change that, Mr. Chairman, on the storage liens. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this doesn't deal with storage liens from that standpoint. This doesn't change that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it does, but and then at $500, you're done. But on this, if it was $1,700.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding from subsection D of the first section of the bill, it says, in addition, any keeper shall be entitled to a lien against any proceeds remaining after the satisfaction of all prior security interests or liens. So he gets his $500, and then the banks can take their share of it, and then if there's anything left over, he can take the rest.
But can he keep the car?
and
Or
may
can I take
retain
my
possession
car?
of such property until such charges are paid.
Okay, can keep the car, all right. Okay. All right, other than my misplaced concerns, anybody have any concerns about the bill?
Well, you've caused me to have concerns.
All right, Senator McDougal moves the bill be reported. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Can we try it? All right, we'll open the roll. Magic.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much.
All right, record. Chafin, yes.
Just going to study this a little further.
Okay. All right, you have another bill?
That's it.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Next, we've got, I've got a bunch. Senator Stewart?
That's 13, no zero, abstentions 2.
Mr. Chairman, I hope I've got a handful of simple, easy bills. First of all, I've got a bill that comes from the Judicial Council, Senate Bill 1069.
Senate Bill 1069.
This bill is much Judicial Council of Virginia, 1069. This is a much needed update to the statutes governing habeas corpus proceedings in Virginia. It just appeared to the Judicial Council that, is this not on the docket? Okay. All right, it just, it appeared to the Judicial Council that that the statutes dealing with habeas corpus are not consistent with current practices. And what this does is it reorganizes several habeas statutes, updating outdated language. It repeals antiquated bond and damage provisions that related to what the cost of wardens bringing inmates to court for hearings. It reflects the modern practice of issuing a show cause order directing the custodian of the inmate to respond to the habeas petition. It streamlines the process, and I'm not aware of anybody who has concerns. This is, I spent a year going through the meat grinder, and the Judicial Council spent a lot of time, and we have a representative of the Office of the Executive Secretary here who is more than happy to answer any questions about the habeas corpus process and this revision.
All right, are there any questions for the Senator Obenshain or his witness? If not, is there any opposition to this? And a motion to report properly seconded. Clerk, please call the roll. Electronically, I don't know, that's just what I say.
Can you vote me?
Can't you vote from the podium?
Oh, I didn't know you were back, Bill. I don't know how I missed him. He's kind of big.
One more.
Huh?
You got Chafin?
We got him.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't have that.
That's
It's not
15,
up
no
here.
zero.
All right. Next bill is Senate Bill 1619.
Senate Bill 1619.
This is, falls in the what a difference a year makes category. As you may remember, in the waning days of session last year, there was the Lobbyist Full Employment Act, which was called spoliation. And there was quite a buzz over the spoliation legislation that originated in the House of Delegates. By the time it made it down to the Senate, Senator Peterson and I collaborated, and we wrote an eminently reasonable, intelligent substitute to the spoliation bill that apparently everybody was so spun up over that nobody read it. And this year, this bill is identical to the substitute or virtually identical to the substitute that was introduced last year. It is based upon the federal rule dealing with spoliation that gives the courts discretion to deal with negligent, grossly negligent, and intentional spoliation of evidence. And so far as I know, there is a kumbaya moment that has taken place over this legislation. I've heard from many of the stakeholders who were spun up last year that they're okay with this, and would be my hope that we can adopt this bill this year.
Okay, any questions of the patron on spoliation?
Move to report.
Wait 1 second. Is there any opposition to this first? No opposition to the bill? Okay, then Senator Edwards made a motion to report, seconded by Senator Reeves. Please call the roll.
Ayes 15, no zero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is another bill upon which I believe that there is peace. This is part of the deal, Senate Bill 1486.
1486.
This is part of the compromise on tort reform that was reached by the Chamber of Commerce and the coalition advocating some tort reform and the Virginia Trial Lawyers Association. This is the summary judgment bill, which provides for summary judgment, not in all cases, but in business-to-business litigation, can be based upon deposition testimony and affidavits as well. So this brings Virginia practice in that limited area into conformity with federal practice. I don't believe that anybody is wholly satisfied with this. And in my years of practicing law, I've learned that a hallmark of a good compromise is where parties leave mutually dissatisfied, and I think this is case in point.
All right. Mr. Chair.
So, Senator Obenchain, just so I understand, basically what you've done is you've carved out consumer litigation, where you've got an individual involved in the litigation?
It's not business to business.
Which is consumer litigation.
That's right.
That sort of
Personal
thing.
injury litigation is carved out.
Okay.
Individual against individual.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm speaking.
Okay, I apologize.
I realize that this is sort of a shadow of what has been proposed in previous years, but the problem is this is a bad idea on any level. And having done federal litigation, and myself and Senator Obenchain, we know the standards for summary judgment. It adds costs when you drop summary judgment into a case. And I typically say, on balance, I'll tell my clients, having summary judgment is $20,000 to $25,000 in extra litigation costs. And that's modest, that's conservative. I represent a lot of small businesses, okay? And they may have claims over $50,000, but they're businesses that are doing less than $1 million a year, maybe less than $500,000. And this is going to drive up their litigation costs. And so I hate this bill.
Well,
help me.
Let me just say, before any fever catches, one additional consideration for Senator Peterson and others with concerns about this is that as part of the omnibus agreement that was reached between the parties in conflict, there is a multi-year stand-down agreement pursuant to which neither side is going to come back and address the issues that were on the table previously. I think there were about 6 issues that were part of the tort reform package, and I don't want to misrepresent what those other terms of the agreement are, and they're more than welcome to come up here and tell me I'm wrong.
But as a matter of fairness.
Okay. Can I just, I'll make one last comment, I'll be quiet.
Senator Peterson.
And I think this to me is not a Republican or Democratic issue, okay? This to me, again, I'm just trying to protect my clients from unnecessary litigation costs, which by the way may end up in my own pocket, okay? But we have a really good system in Virginia for commercial cases. I believe that strongly. And one of the reasons why it's a good system is we avoid unnecessary motions and litigation and disputes. We just get to the matter at hand. And, ugh, oh. So I don't know, maybe I know there's not some, I wasn't part of this grand deal that was put together.
Neither
I
was
guess
I.
I guess I haven't been here long enough.
Well,
But I hate it.
And neither was I. I don't know that any legislators were involved in that process. This was something in which the parties were actually able to meet and work on together in order to come up with the terms.
Mr. Chairman?
You know, more and more I find myself agreeing with Senator Peterson. Just across that great divide.
Mr. Chairman?
Was there someone else who had a question?
Yeah.
Senator Edwards?
I have a question. This has, all the parties have to be business entities, okay? This doesn't preclude torts. I mean, maybe in most cases, personal injury by the injured party, yes, they're excluded, but there are all sorts of torts out there, and businesses sue each other all the time on torts. And I agree with Senator Peterson, having been involved in a lot of litigation over many years in federal and state court. It adds to the expense of litigation anytime you have summary judgment. I've seen it.
Are there any questions of the patron? I have a question. No, I'm not. I'm not going to go there. Do you have those that would like to speak in favor of it, Senator Obenchain?
I think, yes.
Come on
We
up,
have an
please.
extraordinary coalition here.
Extraordinary.
Jeff Palmer with Reed Smith on behalf of the Virginia Chamber of Commerce Legal Reform Initiative. We have summary judgment in Virginia already. The current rules prohibit the court from seeing statements that have been made in a deposition before that motion is made. And so I, at the risk of opening a dialogue, you know, we talk about we have summary judgment, but right now the summary judgment could be improved. We appreciate Senator Obenchain bringing this bill together, and we've worked very hard with the trial lawyers to reach this point.
Absolutely,
And-
Senator
and
Peterson.
No disrespect, but how hard you've worked is not relevant to whether or not this is a good bill.
Understood.
Now, let me tell you
Yes.
something. If I have a client that doesn't have a lot of money, and I'm going to trial, for example, one of the things I do is I go and meet with the witnesses, I write down their notes, I take notes, and I then subpoena them to trial and try the case. If we're not gonna have summary judgment or deposition, now we've got to take those same witness interviews and put them under oath and have a notary and depose them, and that's gonna add $2,000, $3,000 per deposition. That's how the costs in litigation get driven up. Suddenly, a simple case becomes a complicated case with a lot of depositions, a lot of filings. And look, for a Fortune 500 company, that's no big deal. I get that. But I'm talking for small businesses, minority-owned businesses with less than, 20 employees, less than $1 million in sales, that's expensive. And that's what you're doing with this bill. You're driving up their costs. There it is.
I understand the senator's point. Thank you very much. We hope you'll support this legislation.
Jeff, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
It's interesting to me that you all have left the opening for, or not allowed this for consumer litigation, products liability cases. Anytime you have consumer personal injury versus business to business, what percentage of litigation is now affected? I mean, in other words, what percentage of litigation can you use this in business to business versus what you're not going to be able to use it in that whole vast world out there? Do you know?
I don't, Mr. Chairman, I don't think the court system keeps records on those, and with that breakdown of cases. I think the cases that are between businesses, that's where it's appropriate to allow for the depositions in these cases. The Chamber of Commerce, we came to the table trying to get the rule applied in a broader perspective, but
Jeff,
this
that
is
was
where
gonna be
the
on the next question.
this is where the negotiations
If you're
ended
going
up.
to use depositions for summary judgment, why not just use them across the board? I mean, why are you just going to use it in one?
That's not where the negotiations ended up, and that's what
Thank you.
the bill is before you.
Come on up, please.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. Mark Dix on behalf of the Virginia Trial Lawyers Association. We're not opposed to this bill, and just want to thank our friends in the Chamber of Commerce for working on this language over the last year and a half, and
All
it
right.
was an integral part of achieving peace in the Valley. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Anyone who'd like to speak in opposition? If not, then I guess
Other than Senator Peterson.
the bill is before the committee.
Second.
Motion properly seconded to report the bill. Please open the roll.
You can open up a can of
Just make sure you count, Stanley.
Ayes 9,
Take
no
your shoes
6.
off. I'm going to, just because we've got Senator Carrico here, I'm going to ask that we take these other two by, at least temporarily.
Does this mean you're firing me as chairman?
Senator Carrico, we've got, you've got two conveyance bills.
Yep.
1509.
And I've got, if you need to hear from them, some members of the Board of Supervisors, County Administrator, and Mount Rogers Mental Health here from Smith County.
And this bill continues the moratorium that's already in place, is that right?
Sure, yep. And then there's an amendment, Mr. Chairman. Let's just take up 1515 first. This is the conveyance of property that currently the county occupies. They renovated the building that's on the property of the Southwestern State Mental Hospital's property there in Smith County. The amendment that I have that's been requested is that it's dealing with the heating system that's supplied to that
All right, so this is a, before we get to the amendment, this is a conveyance from Department of Behavioral Health to Smith County for no compensation.
Yes, and I spoke with them. I think that you need to strike Department of Behavioral Health and insert Commonwealth. And then I think there has to be some number of conveyance. I don't think we can just give it away. I think there has to be a.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Deeds.
In the budget, there's language that directs some surplus land that the Department of Transportation has in the city of Lexington to convey it to the city of Lexington for fair market value. And I think that's probably what the law is going to require us to do here, convey it for fair market value.
Kristen, but what is our usual practice?
I'm unfamiliar with the budget language that Senator Dees is referring to, Mr. Chairman, but we have had conveyance bills before that are made without consideration. It's just something that the Finance Committee usually takes a look at.
All right, so this, if it reports, needs to go to the Committee on Finance. So you have an amendment, Kristen?
On lines 11 and 18, strike Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services and insert Commonwealth. And on line 23, change the provision for no less than 5 years to no more than 2 years at the current market price for such services.
All right. Is there a motion to adopt those amendments? All right. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? All right. That is amendment. Those amendments are approved.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Deeds.
Senator Carrico, is this property in Marion part of the old hospital?
It is, and Smith County, this was given to them on a extended lease, and they went in and they spent millions of dollars to renovate the building. So when you talk about fair market value, it's going to be worth a lot more than it was because they spent all the money to renovate it.
Mr. Chair, this is a fairly large campus, and at one time they had over 1,000 patients at Southwest Virginia Mental Health Institute. Now they've got fewer than 200, I think. And there's a whole lot of land down there, a lot of buildings that aren't being used for hospitals.
All right. Bill's before us. It's got to go to Finance. All right. It's been moved and seconded. The bill be reported and referred to the Committee of Finance as amended. All right. That bill reports. Senate Bill 1509.
only got 200 people there now. Where are the rest of them?
Sir Carrico?
All right, the next one is dealing with property in Carroll County at the.
And this is continuing the moratorium.
That's the one continuing.
Any amendments necessary to this?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, it needs to go to finance as well.
It does.
All right. It's a moratorium on sale of a piece of property.
Can't sell it. They're going to use 2 years to try to market it for a.
It's a continuation of a moratorium that's already in place. All right, is there any opposition to this that you're aware of, Senator Carrico?
Not that anyone has told me.
All right, it's been moved and seconded the bill be reported and re-referred to the Committee on Finance. All right, Senator Carrico, 1504.
I'm again it.
Okay, 1504 came to me in reference of the sheriff. A lot of the more rural areas have task force, and in those task force, the U.S. Marshal Services are a part of that, apprehending fugitives in Southwest Virginia. And because of the federal statute allows them to operate under the powers of the sheriff, they need to be added to the definition because you can't charge with.
Senator Carrico, you aware of any opposition to this
No.
bill? This bill simply adds some federal officials to the definition of law enforcement for purposes of assault and battery on law enforcement officials. If it comes out of here, it needs to go to finance.
They're the only one under the code that operates under the state
Could be a task
authority
force.
of the sheriff to apprehend fugitives.
Doesn't mean that we have to prosecute it.
It's probably never going to be used unless they're assaulted. So.
All right. Is there a motion to report and re-refer? All right, it's been moved and seconded. Roll is open. All right, that
That's
bill
1500.
reports. Senate Bill 1507.
So 1507 is the use of unmanned aircraft systems it allows a law enforcement officer to deploy an unmanned aircraft system to survey a primary residence, to formulate a plan to execute the arrest warrant that they have already received. This allows the law enforcement officer, and I'll give you an example. In Wise County, they had a individual that had warrants on him, but he had the high ground and he had the top window of the house that he was able to take every shot that of those individuals entering in. This would allow them to fly if they have the warrant to arrest that property, and they would have to name that property in the warrant as to what they were flying in there to observe.
So, and let me ask, and I don't know whether it's a question for council, but so if under the second, I guess under B, where we're authorizing a law enforcement agency to use an unmanned aircraft to locate a person sought for arrest when such person has fled from a law enforcement officer and they're in hot pursuit, does plain view doctrine apply? So if it's flying over my neighbor's house and it picks up and records an illegal act taking place there, can that be used?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, you're the attorneys, and that was not the intent of this. This is to try to. If there's a way to exclude that, then I'm fine. It just.
Mr. Chair, this bill presumes that an arrest warrant's been issued.
Yes.
Well,
And that calls for an amendment on line 33, before the word arrest, insert the word existing, and after the word warrant, I would add or capious.
Okay.
And I don't think that does any harm to the bill. It just requires
Senator
that there be an
Deeds moves
existing
those
one.
amendments, seconded by Senator Stewart. All in favor,
Mr.
signify by
Chairman.
saying aye. All opposed, those
Yeah,
amendments are
Mr.
adopted.
Chairman.
Senator
I
Edwards.
don't think contradicts line 24, notwithstanding the prohibition, et cetera, an unarmed, unmanned aircraft system may be deployed without a warrant. Now, what are we saying here? Is there a contradiction here? You need a warrant. Or maybe make a separate, start a brand-new sentence here.
So we're saying it can be used without a warrant except when a warrant is
Yeah, that's why
issued.
it's
I
not
think
written
it
right.
was
It doesn't contradict, Mr. Chairman. It's that.
hot pursuit, I think.
Requiring an existing warrant is only with the exception, Roman numeral 9.
For the arrest warrant.
Yeah, arrest warrant, I meant.
So that's what we're talking about. We're not.
All right,
talking
we're
about
just
the-
talking about that.
My question is, shouldn't we kind of carve out a new sentence, a new paragraph, or a new sentence there? To make it clear, because you're saying without a warrant, now you're saying with a warrant. That's the confusion.
But without, Mr.
Senator
Chair,
Edwards, Senator Deeds.
without a warrant, and on line 24 refers to a search warrant, we're talking about an arrest warrant. So without a warrant means without a search warrant, but the arrest warrant, there has to exist for us to have the warrantless search with the.
Counsel, you feel like this is in good form?
I think it's in good form.
Okay. Senator Stewart.
I agree with Mr. Benjamin.
You're a broken record in that regard.
I'm not trying to injure your bill, Senator Carrico. I just want to make sure I understand what I'm voting for. So, line 32, paragraph A, aerially survey a primary residence to formulate a plan to execute an existing warrant or capias. So that's not limited to a primary residence of the individual you want to execute the plan to capture.
That's right.
So
That's
if
right.
there are six primary residences around that, mine being one of them, and I've not done a damn thing wrong, they can aerially survey my yard, front and back, through my windows in my house, and everything they see is in plain view. And not that I'm doing anything wrong, but.
That's not the intent. The intent is
I know,
try.
and that's why I'm bringing this up, because I just am one of these people who jealously guards our protections under the Constitution. And if you, I understand what you want to do at getting at it, but is that too broad? Or am I just over-reading it?
Mr. Chairman,
Somebody help.
I think it'd be clearer if we made it a separate sentence or a separate paragraph, say where there is an arrest warrant, blah, 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 blah.
There's no language that qualifies what residence could be surveyed, is my point in here.
Are you going up? Nobody else worries about that? Are you going upstairs? I mean, are you going to, I'm getting hectored by these guys.
I think that's a new paragraph, where there's a search warrant.
Well, the intent is not to survey everything around it. It is to give them specific identifiers when they have a warrant for an individual for their safety, so that they don't send somebody in and be surprised.
I'm not trying to injure it. I just want to make sure we get it right. So you can do what you want to do, but we're not invalidating others' Fourth Amendment rights.
I'm willing, if you feel like there's language.
Mr. Chairman, I think if you added after primary residence, you inserted the words of an individual now I'm in concept, who is the target or who is the subject of an existing warrant.
Right.
I think that works.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right.
It'd be better to have a new paragraph there.
Senator Stewart moves, Senator Edwards seconds adoption of that amendment in concept. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, that amendment is adopted.
That's good. Yeah.
All right. Senator Stewart, you have a preference on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to report the bills. Need to go anywhere else?
Nope.
Move to report.
It's been moved and seconded, the bill be reported.
In concept. I'll tell you, I'm gonna.
Ayes 9, noes 4, abstentions 1.
They're getting closer. All right, Senator Carrico, 1508.
Mr. Chairman, this one's dealing with obstruction and abduction. Currently, Virginia has no harboring or false statement statutes pertaining to a wanted persons. The issue is that we're looking at is such as being passed as our citizens wouldn't want a parent or someone to be charged in harboring over a warrant or citation of a misdemeanor. This is recommending that it only apply to persons for whom probable cause has been found and an arrest warrant issued. In addition, the person being interviewed or investigated also being advised of the warrant. It's not just a broad law, but concise in the use of how they do this. And Virginia presently doesn't have specifically have a code for charging persons who aid in the disappearance of a child or entices them to leave. And this information or this law would correct that and give some teeth in the investigation should that engage in conduct concealing that child.
Mr. Benjamin, can you maybe provide us with a little bit of historical perspective on where the law is right now and what effect this has?
Mr. Chairman, Section 18.2-19 deals with liability, criminal liability for people who are accessories after the fact. It's an old statute. We've had it for decades and decades. And the statute exempts from liability as accessories after the fact people who are in relationships such as husband and wife, parent, grandparent, child, because of Virginia's recognition forever that there are certain categories of relationships where it would be unfair to require a person to give up their daughter, for example. And similar measures have come before this committee in years past, and the deference has always been to this philosophical principle. And so without doing much harm to the bill, what we might do, for example, both on line 41 and on line 76, after saying any person, we would insert language to the effect of except those persons exempted by reason of their relationship in 18.2-19.
Is that okay, Senator Carrico?
Yeah, we're not trying to target those individuals. We're just trying to get to the ones that are abduction and.
All right. So is there a motion to adopt that amendment?
So move.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, that amendment's adopted. Thank you. Anything else, Steve?
No, sir.
All right. Bill's before us. Needs to go to the Committee on Finance if it
Move
reports.
report and re-refer.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. The bill be reported and re-referred to the Committee on Finance.
Ayes 14, no zero.
1514.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I have an expert witness in there or not, but
Get there, 6 or 7.
1514 is dealing with the Department of Taxation, and I had a handout that I left here earlier of how this is broken down. Currently, there are some, the Department of Taxation's responsibility to collect these fines and fees and costs. Some of those are transferred to the attorneys, Commonwealth attorneys, and not the Department of Taxation. So this bill serves to streamline and centralize government through this process, and it will generate, according to the numbers, there was an Auditor of Public Accounts numbers, about $35 million in revenue a year that can be used for other things when we allow the Department of Taxation to collect these fines. The data shows that each year Virginia courts impose an average of $357 million in fines and costs, and only $185 million, 52% is collected, leaving an average of $170 million uncollected each year. But when the Commonwealth attorneys hire these private companies to do that, there's there's a loss of about 35% that goes to pay those individuals, and he's here right now. So I'll let him answer the questions on how this is broken down. He has done a lot of research. Dylan worked for me last year, and we went through this, and we vetted and looked at all these numbers, and I'll let him answer all those.
Well, we'd be happy to hear from him, and I'll warn you that the Crime Commission looked at this issue.
They did.
And I'm going to ask Colin to come up and talk about what their findings are, and maybe share with us a few thoughts in that regard. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Dylan Bishop. I'm here on behalf of the Virginia Law Enforcement Sheriffs. I'm sorry that I was a bit tardy. I was presenting a similar bill in the House side. But basically, this bill serves to accomplish three goals. It streamlines and centralizes as one of our essential government processes, helps our indigent get out from debt, and will generate, on average, $35 million a year in additional state revenue, all without raising a single tax.
Does that assume that they're going to actually collect it?
So this is using existing collection rates and over the course of 5 years.
Okay.
And you'll see there's a handout that was to be distributed. It shows the collection rates and the amount of fines imposed and the collection rates of the 4 different statutory options that Commonwealth's attorneys have over the 5-year span of fiscal year 13 to fiscal year 17. You will see on average overall collection rates were about 45.8%. Department of Tax over the same 5 years averaged about 68% in their collection rates. If you calculate the difference average over the 5 years, we would have generated each year $35 million a year in additional collections. So this serves not only to increase the efficiency of our system, but it centralizes it. It makes it easier for our court debtors to pay their debts. Right now, if you owe to multiple localities, you have to pay each locality separately. And oftentimes they have different standards. One additional benefit, if we were to centralize this with the Department of Tax, they could serve as a central ledger. You write one check to the Commonwealth of Virginia instead of having to pay, say, Loudoun County and Fairfax County and Arlington all separately.
All right.
So I'm happy to answer any questions also.
All right. Anybody else wish to speak in favor of this bill?
Mr. Chairman, how does tax do it? You going to add more employees, or how are you going to do it?
Yes, sir. So right now they have a dedicated unit called the Court Debt Collection Office. They've got a number of employees that are solely dedicated to this purpose. With the additional revenue that we would bring in, again, $35 million a year on estimate, or on average is what's expected, we could afford to employ another 100 auditors or collection specialists at the Department of Tax.
And Mr. Chairman, the Commonwealth's attorneys are not very efficient at doing this, right?
That's what the data would show.
Because they don't really want to do it. They'd rather lock somebody up rather than go after money.
I'm not going to speak to that in an editorial, but the Auditor of Public Accounts data is before you, and I'll let you make that judgment for yourself.
All right. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, very quickly, Wayne Huggins, Virginia State Police Associations. For the reasons that have been articulated, we support this bill.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak in favor of this bill? Commonwealth's attorneys surely support this.
Yeah, they don't want to do it.
All right. Those in opposition, step right up.
Good afternoon, or evening, Mr. Chairman. My name's Eric Olson. I'm the Commonwealth's attorney for Stafford County. I'm here wearing 2 hats. I also represent the Virginia Association of Commonwealth's Attorneys. Personally, as a Stafford Commonwealth's attorney and on behalf of VACA, we and I oppose this bill. Let me tell you the story about Stafford. I'll start with that. As most of you know, the code requires the Commonwealth's attorney to choose the method of collection. You can do it in-house. You can go with the Department of Taxation. You could have your treasurer do the collection, or you can send it to a private firm. If it's a private firm, the collection fees go to the private firm. If in the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, the fees stay locally with the Commonwealth's attorney. For the treasurer, if your treasurer does it, the 6 that do those collections, those fees stay with the treasurer. The Department of Taxation, of course, that money all goes to the state. We used to have the Department of Taxation do the collections. It was not sufficient. They didn't do much other than garnish tax returns. We switched, and we had our treasurer do it, and we've had very much success. Over $350,000 a year goes to Stafford County, flows directly to Stafford County for their collections.
So in your experience, did you all collect more through your efforts or through the Department of Taxes efforts?
Oh, it wasn't even close through our treasurer's efforts,
All right, thank you.
collecting more than the Department of Taxation. And I've heard the figures, but they don't deal with figures, they deal with percentages. And I think what happens is the Department of Taxation has a rule to retire old debts. So when you retire uncollectible debts, then your percentage when you're collecting looks a lot better than those agencies which don't do the requirement, like a private entity. So that explains some of it.
Okay.
As this committee knows, our Treasury Department is a comp board it's a constitutional officer funded by the comp board. This money to our county has allowed our treasurer to hire 2 positions. We all know about unfunded comp board positions. This money is flowing to the counties. We just ask as Commonwealth's attorneys to keep the choice with us so we can choose. We've had so many of my colleagues that used to go with taxation, and now they do something different because it's better doing something different.
Senator Saslaw.
Yeah, I was just wondering, when I first got here, they used to use a guy named Guido. What happened to him?
Guido had 100% collection rate.
He sure did. He's very effective.
Next, anybody else in opposition?
Mr. Chairman, Alan Albert on behalf of the treasurers. I appreciate Commonwealth Attorney Olson's testimony about Stafford. There are 5 other localities where the treasurer does the collections that would also be knocked out by this statute. I want to just say that the purpose for which Senator Carrico is seeking these funds, of course, is one that desperately needs attention. But I don't think this is the best way to do it. The other localities that are collecting via the treasurer include Arlington, Virginia Beach, Hampton, Fauquier, Stafford you just heard about. And just those 6 localities collected $9.2 million last year. The treasurer tends to be in a better position to chase people locally for money. Generally speaking, and of course, the more rural the locality, the more true this is, the treasurer knows where these people are. And typically, they're chasing them for something else anyhow.
Just presently, any locality who wants to can use the Department of Tax.
Correct.
So if they think that that the stats that were shared with us are going to be advantageous, they can pick. And what this bill does, it deprives localities like Stafford of that choice.
Correct. Historically, the choice was placed with the Commonwealth's attorney because these are criminal penalties.
All right.
And so the Commonwealth's attorney is the one who would contract with the treasurer or go to tax.
Great.
So with all respect to the noble purpose, we unfortunately have to oppose this bill.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else wish to express concerns about this bill? All right, the bill is.
I have a question to the guy from tax. You from tax?
No,
Where are you from?
I represent the law enforcement sheriff.
The sheriff's, okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, there's
And
no procurement that these individuals go through to hire these collectors. So, if you look at the numbers on this sheet, these are not percentages, those are actually numbers. Those are real numbers. And that's 35 million that is targeted that we could collect and bring in just on a 5-year average. And the purpose is we are always fighting to give sheriff's deputy raises, state police raises. This is $35 million that we could bring in. And I have budget amendments that depend on this $35 million in order to fund that. And that only takes half of that money to do so.
Bill, before we take a vote, Colin, Kristen, do you all have anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Colin Draper with the Virginia State Crime Commission. We have looked at this issue in regard to restitution, specifically back in 2016. The statute before you speaks to fines, costs, forfeitures, and restitution. Our review was in relation to restitution and the varying structure, which begins with the Commonwealth attorney selecting who will do the collection of these various fines, fees, restitution, forfeiture. And in regard to forfeiture, restitution specifically, the numbers we obtained show that Commonwealth attorneys, private attorneys, and Treasurer's Office actually do a better job of collecting restitution to victims than the Department of Taxation does. And one concern with the Department of Tax that we identified during the study is that tax does not actually collect the money. They'll send out letters, receive phone calls, but they're directing all the individuals back to the clerk's office such that they're not involved in the actual collection. They're involved in the notification, trying to get people back to court. But our findings were solely in regard to restitution, not in regards to the costs and fines that would also be collected.
All right, thank you, Colin. Bill, you want to wrap up real quick?
Yeah, real quick, this doesn't have anything to do with restitution. This is fine.
Well, it has to do with collections.
It does, and this was a recommendation by the Auditor of Public Accounts. So the information that you have was the recommendation of the Auditor of Public Accounts, and that's where the numbers come from.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Why are the sheriffs interested in this?
Well, the sheriff's deputies, this is a, as you know, when budget amendments are entered, if there's no money to pay for those raises, the one budget amendment that I have that increases the pay for sheriff, law enforcement deputies by 9%, this is the money that can be used to pay for that.
Well, I guess Mr. Chairman, Commonwealth attorneys can say, are they getting some of this money? I mean, whoever collects it gets to keep it? Is that where?
Well, the
where we're at?
Commonwealth attorneys, Mr. Chairman, there's still money left over. It only is $7.8 million for the sheriff's deputies, and you're talking about $35 million.
But, Mr. Chairman?
Kristen, hang on one second. Kristen, I mean, this does deal with restitution, collection restitution, doesn't it?
Fines, costs, and fees, I thought.
Or whoever did it, Charles?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it does deal with restitution.
Yeah.
And forfeitures and court costs.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me that these putative savings, if there are any, wouldn't necessarily go to the sheriffs. They would go into the general fund. Isn't that correct?
Where we fund sheriffs and.
But we could put the money not in
You
the sheriff's,
could.
Mr. Chairman. We could put it in public ed or anywhere else.
You could do so, but I do have budget amendments to address that, and I would like to have something to say. I've targeted an area where money can be appropriated if you use this method.
All right, well, we're just dealing with this bill.
Mr.
for
Chairman,
now.
I'm
Senator Edwards.
I'm confused. Why is it that tax is more efficient? I thought the idea was tax could do it better. You'd have to hire some more people, but could do it better than anybody else.
I think there's just a difference of opinion.
Well, I think the fee that the private collectors charge is about 35%. So if you take off the 35%.
Those are APA numbers, not.
Yeah, this is recommendation by the Auditor of Public Accounts, not. They're just not figures. They are actual numbers.
Okay. Bill is before us. If it's going to report, it needs to go to the Committee on Finance. Is there a motion? Somebody? All right. If there's no motion to report, we need a motion to pass a bill by. All right. It's been moved and seconded to pass this bill by to give it a little more time to ferment. Roll is open. Your record is still extraordinary.
I still have one more.
You have two more. 1517 is, and I tell you, your record isn't going to get any better. This bill. Let me just tell you, this bill deals with DCJS training standards. We have dealt with a number of DCJS training standard issues in the past. we used to adopt legislation that would impose upon the Department of Criminal Justice Services mandates for it to create standards and maintain standards for various things. These get put in the code. They never come out. The Department of Criminal Justice Services now has a committee on training. They are currently going through a process of creating training amendments right now. And what we have been doing this year with the bills of this nature is passing them by indefinitely with a letter to the Department of Criminal Justice Services asking them to address this issue through its Committee on Training.
So can I just speak? I heard the death blow, but can I just speak to what this actually does? We have talked about school safety for the last year. This alert training is a federally paid, not state-funded, federally paid program taught through Liberty University and I think Texas.
University of Texas.
University of Texas. This basically trains law enforcement, first responders, all to react as the same as they have active shooter situations. This doesn't cost the state a dime. It allows law enforcement, first responders to have the same training, and it gives them all the sense of how to react to a situation like that. And I think this is one of those issues in which it's there, it's federally paid for, it's available, and until you start having everybody trained the same way, then you have the same situation as you had in Florida where one's running and the others are running in. And so I believe that it's vitally necessary right now, opposed to waiting for a study to be done.
I think you make compelling arguments that the Department of Criminal Justice Services will find compelling as well, but an additional issue that this creates is it essentially puts a vendor in the code as a compelled standard specifying a particular vendor, which has the potential to circumvent the Procurement Act. And I would, I certainly respect what you're trying to do. We would be happy, I'd be happy to write a letter to DCJS, but it would be my hope we'd adhere to the policy that we have adopted concerning these bills. Not because I disagree with you. Is there a motion to pass the bill by indefinitely with a letter to the Department of Criminal Justice Services Training Committee? It's been moved and seconded. The roll is open.
Thank you, Stanley.
I'm sorry. Got it.
Ayes 14, noes 1.
All right. Senator Carrico, you've got 1710.
So this one came to me by request over situations in the court that is happening.
By request?
Yes, the police chief of the jurisdiction in which I live came to me because the judge was having a problem as to who is overseeing these community services that was being put out there in lieu of fines and fees. And the courts were saying it's not our job to oversee it, that we don't manage that or we don't do that. There's several locations in Southwest Virginia that the courts just don't manage, so these individuals get these community services in lieu of the payment fees, and they never do anything. It's just they never pay the fines or fees, and they never do the community service. This just clarifies that it is the job of the court to oversee it.
I gotta go in 10 minutes.
Yes. All right, anybody have any questions of the patron? Senator McDougal.
Well, according to what I found out speaking to the judicial district that I represent and talking to a couple of judges there, several of the courts do it, and then several of the courts say it's not my job. So,
Mr. Chairman, I know the time is late. I don't see how the court, because the court would be the judge. So community corrections could oversee it, but,
Most of them do.
which is how I think most handle it. But the court nor the clerk has the ability to do this, in my opinion.
not
Has the Supreme Court looked at this?
community service, I'm sorry, not court. I think that's the thing. The community service workers are not overseeing it, or there's something there in which there's a confusion as to who has the authority to oversee it.
Mr. Chair, I think part of the problem here is we don't have community corrections in every locality. In some places, there are holes. These things fall in the gaps because there simply is not an agency to oversee. In the old days, you used to just say, go work for the sheriff for 24 hours, let the sheriff supervise you picking up trash for 24 hours, but I don't think that's a possibility anymore.
Well, let's see what the court says about this particular solution to that problem, whether it has any view.
Dorian Dalton, Office of the Executive Secretary of the Supreme Court of Virginia. We have no position on this bill.
Thank you. So you're ready to assume oversight?
I believe we understood this to be a clarifying bill.
So you feel that the court already has oversight authority and should be the one exercising that oversight?
I think that was our interpretation of the current existing statute. But
Well, we can get rid of a whole lot of community corrections around the state then.
I think, yes, I think that that's the issue, where there is the local community corrections. There is some.
All right. Does that address your concerns?
Nope.
Okay.
Just because they oversee them.
All right. Bill is before us. Anybody have any opposition to the bill?
Judges need something to do. They need something to do.
Is that a motion or report?
Yes, it is.
All right. There's a motion properly seconded that the bill be reported. This does not need to go to finance, does it? No. All right. All right.
Has 13 noes, 2.
I'll take my wins and leave my 35 minutes.
That's pretty good, 18 for 20.
Thank you.
Senator Serval. Senator Howell. $10.76. Now, Senator Howell, it's late. We've heard this before, several times before.
And we have an amendment in the nature of a substitute,
Oh.
which is dramatically different than what you've seen before. And I will turn it over to Mr. Doucette to explain the difference.
Mr. Doucette.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Doucette, Executive Director of the Virginia Association of Commonwealth's Attorneys, and you may recall my remarks a week ago Monday when I thought this was the bill that was before you, and I believe the only member of this committee who was not here at that particular time was Senator Peake, and I would hate to have to repeat my remarks. And I may be wrong, Senator Peake, but I seem to remember you not being here, but everybody else here. This is the one where Senator Obenshain commented on my doing my reasons behind this particular bill in about 3 minutes without drawing a single breath. But this is the bill I thought I was addressing until Senator Peterson brought it to my attention that I was not, the bill that I'd asked for was not the bill that was before this particular body. Okay, so
there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of reason to go over what I said before. This is the federal rule of evidence on prior inconsistent statements. This matter was vetted by the Crime Commission a couple of years ago. The Crime Commission found that 47 states and the federal courts had some way of considering prior inconsistent statements for the truth of the matter. Only 3 states did not have any way to consider prior inconsistent statements for the truth, those being New York, North Carolina, and Virginia. This is the federal rule that is followed by both the federal courts and 26 separate states.
All right. Well,
26.
this is familiar to the committee. Anybody have any questions?
Can I ask
for
a
Patron
question?
or
Yeah,
Mr.
I got it.
Doucette? Senator Peterson.
Let me ask Mr. Doucette a question. By the way, for what it's worth, I'm licensed in Maryland and DC. So I don't know that their standards are qualitatively different than Virginia, but let me ask you this. Let's say there's a prior proceeding and there's a prior statement made. And then you go to trial and it's a he said, she said. We'll flip the example on its head and say the defendant is the woman.
Sure.
And her husband is called as the witness. And he's on the witness stand and he denies that the incident took place. He's then cross-examined with his prior statement.
Correct.
There's no witnesses. There's no objective evidence. In other words, you have a statement that's been made, and you then have an inconsistent statement that was made at an earlier proceeding.
Yes, sir.
Is that sufficient evidence to get beyond a reasonable doubt?
No.
Are you going to write that into the statute?
I mean, we still have, Mr. Chairman, Senator Peterson, we still have that obligation under all cases as far as our due process requirements under the Fifth Amendment is applied to the states to prove our cases beyond a reasonable doubt, regardless of the case, regardless of what the evidence is. So that would be redundant to say that, oh, by the way, you also still have to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right, further question.
Senator Peterson.
The only reason why I ask is these. All right, tell you what, I'm going to refrain. I asked a lot of questions last time.
I have a bunch of questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Edwards.
All right. Where in here does it say it's got to be corroborated? You're inferring that, I think, when you say you got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, no question. But that's a subjective test as well. Is there any corroboration of the prior inconsistent statement?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Edwards, it is not in there. This is the language that is, it's not the exact language because the federal rule is slightly different.
It may or may not be.
But it is, I mean, the 26 states and the federal courts are able to apply these, and they still have the same standard of requiring proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Of course, it's got to be. Mr. Chairman,
Senator Edwards.
the other thing is this, the federal rules, as I recall, require a situation where the witness is unavailable and the witness in a prior hearing has been cross-examined by the defense attorney. Am I not right about that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Edwards, the federal rule states, it's 8.01, and it states, 801, and it states that I want to make sure I get this right here. The declarant, the statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay. A declarant's witness prior statement. The declarant testifies and is subject to cross-examination about a prior statement, and the statement is inconsistent with the declarant's testimony and was given under penalty of perjury at a trial, hearing, or other proceeding, or in a deposition. And that's
And there's no
federal rule.
requirement that the defense attorney did the cross-examining at the prior proceeding.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Edwards.
Have you read Crawford versus Washington?
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, Senator Edwards, I've read it many times. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Justice Scalia discusses the confrontation clause of the Sixth Amendment at some length.
He does, Mr. Chairman, and Senator Edwards, in a footnote, he says that so long as the witness is available at trial and subject to cross-examination at that particular trial, then the states are left to their individual decisions as to how they want their rules of evidence. So long as the witness is subject to cross-examination at that trial, that the statement is being introduced, the confrontation clause is satisfied.
Do you think this would be accepted in several cases as well?
It's my understanding that the federal rule is applicable to both the civil
Right.
and to the
Would you-
criminal.
How about making this civil as well as
And
criminal?
I would
right.
accept, we assume we would accept it as a friendly
I move we
amendment?
make it,
All right.
I think you can get an awful lot of opposition from insurance defense guys. That'll never fly. That's why I mention it.
It's a bad enough idea.
It's a terrible idea, I agree. But that's a test to see, Mr. Chairman,
Right.
whether or not it's good in a criminal case. And I can almost guarantee you the civil defense insurance companies would fight this pretty hard.
All right. I mean, this bill, we voted on it like 3 times in each of the past 3 years, and all of this is very familiar, including the debate between Mr. Doucette and Senator Edwards. And I even handed out we handed out the crib sheet to let you know how you voted on it last year. And anybody want to speak? Anybody else in favor of the bill? Very briefly.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Lauren Schmidt on behalf of the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance. We strongly support this bill and worked closely with the Crime Commission on it. Thank you.
All right. Anybody in opposition to the bill? How'd I know? Because I was here last year.
Maria Jankowski, Virginia Indigent Defense Commission. I will try to be very quick. I would suggest to you that what's proposed as the amended version is actually worse than the original version because it limits the ability to sort of manipulate the rules of evidence only on the part of the Commonwealth. If you look at it, it says other proceedings. I think of that as maybe grand jury. Only the Commonwealth attorney has access to the grand jury.
That's a great point.
And that's testimony that cannot just be, it can be orchestrated, if you will. It can be coached, if you will. It could apply to criminal complaints. I would point out another thing to consider when considering this, and I was a federal public defender in a previous life. Last year, this body passed a bill that was to mirror the federal Rule 35, the cooperator bill, if you will. Right. So it encourages cooperation. And when I was in the federal system, the way that worked is you get your client, you put him in the grand jury, you tie down his testimony, and that is now going to be happening, I think, more frequently in states now that we have the federal Rule 35 mirrored after the federal Rule 35. It's not subject to cross-examination, and more importantly, unlike every other hearsay exception, there's no indicia of reliability. As has been pointed out, there is no indicia of reliability. We know, unfortunately, that people lie under oath. There's nothing about this that ensures the reliability. And I ask that you not report the bill.
All right, thank you. All right. Yes, I'm sorry. Step right up.
Hello, my name is Madison Frady, and I am a senior at VCU studying political science. I have several issues with this bill, including but not limited to the wording, but also the unconstitutionality of it. As a general rule, hearsay has been inadmissible in court, as it does not account for a firsthand witness. While it would allow for inconsistent statements that have been made under oath or on a recording device, it is still an inconsistent statement that could be considered false or given under a false set of standards. The statements and answers given during the present trial are the ones that should be considered truthful as they are currently under the oath. As to the unconstitutional aspect of the bill, it directly interferes and violates the Confrontation Clause of the Sixth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Under the clause, anyone who is accused of a crime shall enjoy the right to confront a witness in a criminal action case. By allowing previous statements to be admitted, you are taking away the accused's ability to confront the witness at the time of the statement. In this instance, a witness will only have to lie once and will be able to use that lie again after hearing it or reading it while on the stand. The Confrontation Clause has been upheld recently as 2004 in Crawford versus Washington 541 U.S. 36. When the Supreme Court held that previously recorded statements are inadmissible because it denies the right to cross-examine a witness. I ask that you keep in mind what I have said when you go forth to vote on Senate Bill 1076.
Thank you. Thank you
you.
very much. You did a
Mr.
super
Chairman,
job.
Mr. Chairman, in full disclosure, Madison is an intern in my office this year. She's a student. She's a student intern,
Hashtag fake
and she was
news.
looking for a bill to do some studying, and she picked this up. I didn't ask her to speak. I didn't know she was going to speak today, but she did this all on her own. But in
Home
full
cooking.
disclosure,
So
she's actually educated me a lot about this bill.
So Madison wrote your prior comments,
no,
huh?
No, she
Very
didn't.
good.
No, she
Very
didn't, but she's been
good.
educating me quite a bit.
All right.
Madison
Well,
for Senate.
thank you, Madison. The bill is before the committee. Senator Howell, you want to make a motion?
Yes, I move to report.
Is there a second to that motion? It's been moved and seconded that the bill will be reported. It's a substitute motion, properly seconded to pass the bill by indefinitely. The substitute motion is before us. The roll is open. That bill is passed by indefinitely.
And I won't bring it back next year.
And Senator Howell, can I interrupt you? Because we've got Kristen and Colin from the Crime Commission here, and they're about to turn into pumpkins. I think that they've got this same bill up in House. Senator Stewart, can you take the chair? Can I do this from here? Do you mind? I have Senate Bill 1602. This is the, step on up, Colin. This is the criminal records bill. During the Crime Commission deliberations this year, we found that there are serious problems with the criminal records in Virginia, that we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 700,000 criminal convictions that are not making it into the criminal record exchange. And this is not to point the finger at anybody, but the Crime Commission's done what it's supposed to do. It's identified problems in tracking and enforcing our criminal laws, and they've come up with a omnibus series of recommendations to make sure that we close these gaps. This bill is part of that process, and this represents the part of the effort to make sure that we are getting these 700,000 crimes, some of which, I mean, not just a couple of murders, not just a couple of rapes, not just a couple of armed robberies. There are hundreds, and if you accumulate them, there are thousands of murders, rapes, and armed robberies convictions that are not making it into the criminal records exchange. So this is trying to make sure that it's a reliable index and that we close the gaps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there's a substitute version of the bill that was passed out as you were.
And I move the adoption of that substitute.
Second. Oh, I'm chairing, I can't second. Motion to adopt substitute, second by Senator McDougal. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Colin, did you want to say more about this or highlight
I think I
anything,
can give some highlights if that'd be appropriate as to
or
what,
do we want to
what it
ask
does.
questions? Do we want to ask questions about it versus that?
I don't know whether,
If not,
I don't know
well,
if anybody with
anybody has any
opposition.
opposition out there to this?
Well, let me, Mr. Chairman, what's the, well, I assume this is going to require, I'm sure you'll send it to finance, going to require a whole lot of bodies working. So how many, 700,000 or something? So, and what's the point of doing all that?
Does it need to go?
The substitute, doesn't that eliminate, or does it still need to go to finance?
There's been no fiscal impact
Doesn't
attached
seem
as
to
far
be.
as we're aware.
Yeah, and what this does, I mean, we have, state police has essentially set aside thousands of these convictions in a hold file because nobody collected the fingerprints. There was confusion over who was to collect the fingerprints, and basically what this does is it tries to clear up that confusion. It's not going to fix those 700,000 convictions, it is going to make sure that we are collecting fingerprints, that we are not letting criminal convictions fall between the cracks, that we don't continue to build that hold file, and to the extent possible, if we have people who are still within the custody of the Department of Corrections or Probation and Parole, that they assume responsibility for getting those fingerprints. So it's just being a traffic cop, largely being a traffic cop and directing, making clear the lines of authority.
Mr. Chairman, does this mean
Senator
we're
Edwards.
going forward, not going backwards? You're not going back to 700 and clear those up?
I just said we are.
700 million or 1,000 or whatever it is?
I think that's the point of the bill, Senator.
Going forward, okay.
And I stand corrected, we do have a letter from Finance.
I bet.
All right, any other questions? If they're not, then a motion would be proper to.
I move to report and re-refer to Finance.
Is there a second to that? Second. Motion properly second to report the bill and re-refer to Senate Finance. Please call the roll. Is Dick still here? Oh, somebody's got his.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Proxy.
Ayes 15-0.
Thank you. Anything else? That's it. Senator Howell.
Okay. Now I have Senate Bill 1423.
Senate Bill 1423.
This bill would prohibit the use of confidentiality, non-disclosure, and non-disparagement provisions in contracts to restrict or deter witnesses, including crime victims, employees, or consumers from cooperating or communicating with law enforcement officers. The bill has three parts. One part applies to contracts generally. It prohibits the use of non-disclosure provisions in contracts or agreements to restrict or deter victims or witnesses from communicating or cooperating with federal, state, or local law enforcement agencies. The second part is specific to employees. It prohibits the use of non-disclosure provisions in employment contracts and settlement agreements that restrict or deter current or former employees from communicating or cooperating with any law enforcement agency. And the third part is for consumers. It prohibits the use of non-disclosure provisions in consumer contracts or settlements that restrict or deter communications to or cooperation with any law enforcement agency. The main purpose of this is to give reassurance to people who have non-disclosure contracts that they can indeed talk to law enforcement. They're currently often kind of uncertain as to whether they can or not.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Edwards.
Have you brought your expert witness, Michael Cohen?
But Avenatti's right in the back.
Oh, Avenatti. Okay, so he's your expert witness?
All right.
We have a substitute, I'm sorry.
All right.
Is
We have
it a substitute or just an amendment?
Three-line amendments, Mr. Chairman.
Three-line
All right, Kristen, you want to report the amendments?
On line 20, after the word unenforceable, insert as to any such communication or cooperation with law enforcement agencies, and make the same change on line 33 after unenforceable, and on line 187 after unenforceable.
What was that? With what?
Insert as to any such communication or cooperation with law enforcement agencies.
All right. Senator Howell moves, Senator Sturdivant seconds that those line amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Those line amendments are adopted. If somebody would like to speak on your bill?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. I'm Jeff Ward. I'm an Assistant Attorney General. I'm here to offer the Attorney General Herring's support for the bill and to thank Senator Howell for sponsoring legislation that would protect Virginia witnesses and victims of crime.
Let me ask you, does this do anything more than is already required under federal law?
Yes, I mean, the point of the bill, under federal law, there are some areas of law where confidentiality agreements or gag orders are prohibited, such as in federal contracts and some areas of employment law, but there's plenty of areas of where confidentiality agreements can inhibit reporting or communication to law enforcement without any federal consequence.
So this is much broader. You're actually proposing a bill that's even more broad than the federal law? That's news.
I'm not certain which federal law the chairman is thinking of, if I could.
Well, I mean, you just told me this is much more expansive than the federal law, like the Title VII. I mean, if it mirrors federal law, that's one thing, but you're telling me that it's much broader than federal law provides. Is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the clarification. There are some areas, like I said, some subject matters of federal law where gag orders are prohibited, but there are other areas they're not. And so we're particularly focused on areas like sexual abuse or sexual assault, where gag orders have been used to cover up cases of those crimes or that kind of conduct.
Well, let me ask counsel. I mean, isn't that a crime for an employer to, or somebody to ask for a provision like that in a settlement agreement or release? I mean, isn't that obstruction of justice?
You're right. You can't cover up the commission of a crime.
Senator Sturtevant.
I've not looked at this, but do we know whether or not these are already void as a matter of public policy by case law? Because, I mean, if you got called before a grand jury to testify, would you be able to say, oh, I have this settlement agreement that prohibits me from doing so? I don't know the answer to that. It just seems to me it would already be void as a matter of public policy.
I think you can, if I might, Mr. Chair.
Senator Peterson.
I think you can be compelled. In other words, if you're subpoenaed, it's not, the fact you're under a non-disclosure is not going to, you can't quash the subpoena. I think that what the more interesting question is if you settle, let's say you have a civil claim, sexual harassment or what have you, and you settle with the other party and they pay you money, you now have the money. You then go and report that to the police. Do you have to give the money back?
The answer to that, I can tell you, is no. Such a provision is prohibited by federal law.
Okay, but wouldn't it be fraud in the inducement to take the settlement money in the first place?
No. It is impermissible for an employer to put that in an agreement.
But isn't the agreement then void?
No. I can tell you that the court would deem that provision void and perhaps subject the employer to further violations of Title VII.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I could address two of the points that were raised here, both by yourself and Senator Sturtevant. So your first question was whether conduct could be obstruction of justice. And the answer is it depends. Theoretically, there's an idea that if you limit the reporting of witnesses to crimes, that you're in violation of Virginia's obstruction of justice statute. However, that's a theoretical area. There's a large problem here, which is that in practical situations, there have been no obstruction of justice prosecutions for that type of conduct here in Virginia. There's no reported case law on that. So the obstruction of justice statutes has a number of elements, including specific intent requirements. So there's a practical problem. These gag orders are out there, and they're impeding crime reporting, even though theoretically they could be in violation of the obstruction of justice statute. So one purpose is to clarify for witnesses that they are protected. The second point with regards to Senator Sturtevant is, are these contracts void? There is no case law in Virginia saying that that type of agreement as applied to law enforcement is void. Courts in the First, Fifth, and Sixth federal circuits appellate courts have addressed this issue in the context of employment and the federal EEOC, and found that in those situations, if you're trying to prevent a company from having its employees report or witnesses report conduct to the EEOC, this is non-criminal conduct, but it's violations of the federal law. In those situations, that type of gag order would be void. Our office would take the position that people who would attempt to block people from talking to our office in that situation, if were we to challenge it in court, they would be void, but we don't have definitive case law on that. That's why we've come to the committee to change the law.
Well, can't they charge you with conspiracy? Conspiracy to violate the federal law?
I would guess the problem, Mr. Chairman, is that there's a gap between what you could be charged with and what's actually happening. No one is out there charging it, and the witnesses themselves can't bring any criminal charges. All these charges can only be brought by the Commonwealth's
Isn't that what
attorneys.
you're doing here, is just doing the same thing, is essentially embedding in the code provisions that, may likewise, I mean, you're suggesting that they're unwitting people who are signing these agreements, right? And nobody has their attention drawn to them. It's a consequence. Nobody's prosecuting them. I mean, even if we adopt this, isn't the same thing going to exist? Isn't the same dilemma going to be out there?
Our concern is not with the execution of the agreements. Our concern is that people might and do use these either to prevent witnesses from testimony, or the witnesses themselves, knowing that they're subject to these kinds of settlement agreements, are reluctant to talk to law enforcement. So what we're trying to craft here is a limited and narrowly targeted situation, which is that those agreements would be void as they are applied, as the substitute language says, as they are applied to communications to law enforcement. That's the situation where those confidentiality agreements fail. Otherwise, they remain in place. The consideration that Senator Peterson was concerned about remains, that is, that people are still subject to being bound by those agreements, and the agreements remain good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak in favor of the bill? Yes, ma'am.
Lauren Schmidt on behalf of the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance, and we do support this bill.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
We don't have a position, Mr. Chairman. Mike Doucette, Executive Director of the Commonwealth Attorneys Association, but it was suggested that this might be a violation of obstruction of justice, and that's just not the case under 460.
No, I was referencing 18.2-462, concealing or compounding offenses.
Okay, all right, because we commonly
Agreed.
refer to 460 as.
No.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay.
You're good.
All right. All right, the bill is before
Move
us.
report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. The bill be reported.
I still want to hear from Michael Korn.
I don't have them.
I-707.
Bill fails to report. All right. Senator Deeds, you've got 1489, which is a
Next time, bring Michael Korn.
DCJS bill.
It's a DCJS bill.
Do you-
Rob Bell's got the same bill in the House. It came out of SJ 47.
Can we, you object to
I
passing a bill by
I
with
don't
a
object
letter
that.
to
I just don't know what's going to happen with the House bill. Maybe it'll get over
the,
here.
I would support doing the same thing
Okay,
with the House bill when it arrives.
okay.
All right, so is there a motion to pass Bill 1489 by indefinitely with a letter to the Training Committee? It's been moved and seconded. All right, and anybody else, Senator Peak?
That's 14-0.
Yeah,
Witness who's been here the whole day to talk on this bill. So thank you, Mr.
and you've got
Chairman.
Mr. Doucette in the
And
back
members.
waiting to testify
That's
about the other
a
one.
different one, but this poor fella probably did not want to be. This is a bill that Senator Stanley filed, and he hit his limit and transferred it to me. This is a most excellent bill. It's a Guardian bill.
1144?
This is a 1144 first. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're just trying to make some clarifications to 64.2 2020 annual reports by guardians. We're stressing annual and incapacitated. So this has come about because of Mr. Carter Harrison. He looks part of the Alzheimer's Association and some guardians for incapacitated people. We want to make sure they file these reports annually. And so we're stressing annually and we're stressing incapacitated. Happy to answer any questions that we may have. Mr. Harrison's here.
Mr. Chairman, Carter Harrison from the Alzheimer's Association. This was an issue discussed by the Wings Group, which is appointed by the Supreme Court. Basically, when they don't file an annual report, there's not a mechanism to bring them in front of the judge, and this makes that clear, because there was some confusion as to whether or not they could do that. So that's the bill, and it's.
Are you aware, Senator, are you aware of any opposition to this bill?
No one has contacted me.
I'm not either. Does it, I believe it's in good shape. It's motion properly seconded to report the bill.
Thank you, Senator.
That bill is
How awesome does it
reported.
feel to carry one of my bills?
We also have Senate Bill
1686. This one I don't feel as bad about because Mr. Doucette would be here all day anyway.
He's been working hard.
Yes, and this bill is brought at his request because we can't have volunteer guest prosecutors in Lynchburg and other small localities. Your big jurisdictions are allowed to have guest volunteer prosecutors, but little communities like Lynchburg are being discriminated against. Would Mr. Doucette please come up and see if you can say it any better than that?
Well, let me ask you, are you aware of anybody who's opposed to this bill?
No.
No, I've not been contacted by anyone.
All right.
This is solely discretionary on the part of the Attorney for the Commonwealth appointing volunteers. We've been doing it all along with fellowships. And
So even though the federal government said Mr. Peake, Senator Peake and I can't hire a volunteer intern in our office, the Commonwealth's attorney ought to be able to have unpaid interns in their office.
Mr. Chair, I move PBI.
No,
Well, I think we ought to pay
I don't.
police
I'm not aware of
$15
any.
an hour.
Mr.
I'm not
Chairman.
aware of any opposition.
Well, Mr. Chair,
The hour's late.
I was always under the impression private attorneys could come in and on a voluntary basis do this anyway.
Mr. Chairman, this has a very convoluted past, and right now, under the law, it is limited, legally, it's limited to Norfolk, Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, and Richmond. And I could go through all of the machinations as to why that is, but the reality is a lot of us have been doing it
A
all
lot of
along.
them have been breaking the law. I'm tired of the Commonwealth's attorneys breaking the law. I'm not going to have it anymore. So that's why we had to bring this bill.
All right, the bill's before us.
Move report.
It's been moved.
Mr. Chairman,
to Senator McDougal.
Just one, the person still has to be licensed to practice in Virginia, and they still have to be sworn in by the circuit court judge?
Whether they have to be sworn in by the judge or.
Mr. Chairman.
It's by appointment of the Commonwealth attorney.
Mr. Chairman, I guess we do this for substitute judges and another number of things. I still believe from my maybe naive days of prosecuting that there's an oath to administer justice. And I'll never forget my circuit court judge bringing me into his chambers and drilling that into my head 20-some years ago. So I would feel a little more comfortable if there was some oath that went along with this appointment.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McDougal, this is already being done in all these other localities.
So we can fix their screw-ups?
Well, if they're doing it properly. This is just adding other localities to the same jurisdictions that are already doing this.
And Mr. Chairman, Senator McDougal, I've checked with the Division of Risk Management as to whether I'd be covered, and they said.
Mr. Chairman, that's not my concern. My concern is that a circuit court judge is reminding somebody who's not a full-time prosecutor that their oath is to administer justice, not to get convictions.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McDougal.
That's my concern.
Rule 3.8 of the Rules of Professional Conduct require that of us already.
Mr. Chairman.
You want to propose an amendment, or you just want to vote against the bill?
Well, I mean, I'm happy to let the policy go forward, but I would just like them to be sworn in by circuit court judge if they're doing this on a volunteer basis.
It's usually other Commonwealth's attorneys, isn't it?
It is.
In most situations, it's Commonwealth's attorneys from another jurisdiction helping out, so they're already sworn in.
Well, that's a.
Do they have to be?
Special under 155. This is different than 155.
They don't have to be
Now,
prosecutors.
This is, well, I think what Senator Peake is talking about is a special prosecutor under 19.2-155.
You sponsored a bill that does exactly this in 2007.
Excellent. So I'm older and wiser.
This would be for me to go. I've learned from
I know, you're in Commonwealth attorney.
I'm not anymore.
But you have.
Hey. All right, there's a motion properly seconded to report the bill. Roll is open. All right. And one last bill. Senator Stanley.
All right, Mr.
Right.
Chairman, if I may, we accept it. We have an amendment in the nature of substitute, I do believe.
Senate Bill 1033.
Please let her pass it out, please. Now, I'll defer to Charles.
Senator Stanley moves, Senator McDougal seconds the adoption of the substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, the substitute is adopted.
I don't. I don't know. Is it the right day? Oh, it's the right day. Okay. No, that's before 9 p.m. This is. Okay.
And we're not going to rehear this whole bill.
No,
so-
and no, Mr. Chairman, I have no desire to do that. But I will defer to council to maybe tell us what the changes are. We tried to address the issues brought up by my seatmate, Senator McDougal. We tried to kind of, in the end, we also had some issues with the length of retention, and we tried to address that. And I think there's one other thing we do, but I can't remember. It's late. So I'll let Charles
Did
do
you
it.
address the concern that maybe we ought to wait a year until after the criminal discovery rules have been in effect for a year?
Mr. Chairman, I would consider waiting a year, considering that being a PBI, and I see that in my future perhaps. So, look, I think if we wait,
No reason to.
it's a problem.
No reason.
to delay, no.
All right.
There's no reason to delay.
There is no reason to wait.
Steve?
Mr. Chairman, we looked at the proposed rule of discovery that goes into effect in July to ensure that, or to determine whether this bill would do any harm or conflict with it in any way, and we found no reason to believe that it would conflict with the proposed rule.
Yay, me.
Court have any issues with this?
Anybody, please? I mean, don't beg them to come up here there, Obi.
Come on.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mike Doucette, Executive Director of the Commonwealth Attorney Association, and besides being redundant, it is an invitation to have a different rule of discovery for body-worn camera video, which actually, the way it's defined, also includes cameras that are being worn by confidential informants. But it differs dramatically in that it creates a Class 1 misdemeanor for dissemination of the counsel-only material. Which is certainly not in the rule. And if I would hate for Senator Stanley to come to the city of Lynchburg, where I'm now a volunteer prosecutor, and turn over my file to him with counsel-only material in it, and he disseminates it, and now I have to prosecute him as a Class 1 misdemeanor.
I welcome the challenge, Mr. Chairman.
That is the issue there, is that it invites this divergence from the rule and how the rules are modified through the Supreme Court, and discovery for body-worn camera video only, and have two different sets of rules and guidance for defense counsel and prosecutors. And so for that reason, we would suggest that this wait for the rule to go into effect, rules that I personally took part in drafting. So.
All right. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
He's saying he likes his rules better, Mr. Chairman. He likes his stuff better.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Glenn Smith, Records Management Analyst for the Library of Virginia for all public safety across the Commonwealth. We have concerns about the records management portion of this bill. As Mr. Doucette pointed out, it's a different set of standards for body-worn camera as far as the discovery. It is definitely a different set of retention for body-worn cameras, the body-worn camera video. Body-worn camera video, by nature of its use, is typically when it's tagged to an incident becomes a part of a criminal investigative case file. And we're going to have here a completely different set of retentions for the body-worn camera record as opposed to the retentions that are currently set for investigative case files. The bill also calls for an unprecedented removing of this particular record out from under the Public Records Act. It's never been done before. We don't know what that's going to look like. At the very least, there's probably not going to be any documentation of the destruction of this particular record. The legislation calls for a minimum retention, not when it should be destroyed, and the certainly left to Senate Finance, the Finance Committee, the retention that's in the substitute is going to increase by 60-fold the type of video that is not tagged as having evidentiary value. And that is just, that's going to be a storage issue as well as a cost issue. So the...
Thank you.
That's good enough.
That's pretty good.
Thanks, sir.
I always hated librarians in school.
I'm glad I'm not one.
All right. The bill is before us. It's been moved. Does this need to go to the finance? Yeah. Moved to report and re-refer to finance. Oops, wait a second. Yeah.
Ayes 9, noes 5.
The bill is reported and re-referred to finance. I think we only have a couple of bills left on the docket for today. Made good progress. I think we may just have only about, what, 40 bills left? 40 bills left? How many meetings? 2 meetings. Then we start House bills. All right. Well, thank you very much. The committee will rise.